All right, Mr. Chair, we are now live on YouTube, and you are set to begin your meeting.
Okay, thanks very much, Tom. So good morning, everyone. I'm Bob Van Brocklin, Chair of the Oregon Transportation Commission. So I'd like to welcome you all to our May 27th Commission meeting. As you can see, we are trying something new today. This is our first WebEx meeting ever. So I'm sure we'll have a few kinks along the way. We've already had a couple, but we all believe this is a good step forward in using technology, and we may need to have more of these kinds of meetings in the future. So we're trying to get a technology that is maximizing our ability to present to the public and to one another in a way that's effective. And I hope you all who are listening in and watching view this as a step forward in progress in that regard. So we're now trying to have virtual meetings that you can not only listen to, but watch. My understanding is that this WebEx feature also allows for closed caption for those of you who need closed caption. We've got a slide coming up here that shows you how to access that feature of this system. And so you can go to that link if you want to engage closed caption. And that not only will allow you to have closed caption, but it'll allow you to, I understand it, change the size of the font. So if you need it, like I do, you need it to be a little larger. You can also change the color. And so there are features there that you can explore and experiment with to see what works for you. So closed caption is available, as I understand it. In addition, because we're now using this technology, I understand we will be able to provide written transcript of our meetings. And so if you're interested in getting a transcript of this meeting, you can contact Jess McGraw or Michelle Bolin at ODOT in Salem, and they will arrange for you to receive a written transcript. So again, I want to thank everyone for attending today's meeting. And I also want to thank everyone who provided written comment to us. We encourage written comment, we read it, and we appreciate that form of input to us as well as other forms. So I want to thank those of you who have provided us with written comment. I encourage people to submit written comments. And we hope, of course, at some point we'll be back to having in-person meetings, and we'll also be able to take oral testimony. And we may even be able to do that with this technology. So we're exploring that as well. So I'm glad everyone is here. I just want to note that unfortunately, one key person for us is not able to attend today, and that's our colleague, Commissioner Julie Brown. Commissioner Brown is away on a personal matter, but we look forward to having her back with us at our next meeting. So with that, I am going to turn to Director Strickler to provide the director's report. Director Strickler.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you very much. I will be brief in my opening remarks. A couple of quick things. In the last meeting that we held on May 14th, clearly we had to stop the meeting and move into this venue for today. So we had a few things that we needed to finish up for that meeting, and that will come as part of today's agenda. Just to summarize, since that time, just kind of a response for COVID, response for the agency. I wanted to flag for the Commission that you'll hear some update today in the financial section of the agenda, and also just the customer service aspect of our DMV and Commerce and Compliance Division operations. We are looking and working hard, DMV Administrator Tom McClellan and CCD Administrator Amy Ramsdell are working hard to find ways to open up services within the next several weeks. Now, clearly they'll be modified based upon where we sit right now with the pandemic and the phased reopening for the state, but looking to operations to commence a little more streamlined, a little more normal in the coming weeks. So we'll be looking for that. A couple of quick mentions, and again, to probably put us back on schedule, I'll be brief. Our safety division has been working hard at submitting entries for public service announcements, short videos to remind people that impaired driving, distracted driving, move over videos, being prepared, and rather than try and show them on the meeting today, we'll probably send you links to those, but they are worth a check. And just so you know that one of them has received an award as of late, and we're pretty proud of the work that they've been doing to bring attention, especially to the impaired and distracted driving arena. We're seeing a slight uptick in the number of incidents right now as people get back out on the roadway. The National Association of Government Communicators, we won an award for social media campaign to recruit hard-to-fill positions. Our human resources, Aaron Melwig, and communications employees, Sarah Stone and Kevin Beckstrom, earned first place in the 2020 National Association of Government Communicators NAGC Blue Pencil and Gold Screen Awards for non-paid social media campaigns. So again, Mr. Chair, to your nod for using technology in a different way, this is certainly another one of those successful moments for us. And then finally, before I give just a quick summary of where we're jumping off on the agenda, I want to recognize Melissa Canfield, our State Procurement Officer. She was recently highlighted as, when I say recently, everything's relative at this point. It was early March, believe it or not. But she was recently highlighted at an award luncheon for individuals and teams for their contributions to the procurement profession. So we're proud of the work that Ms. Canfield does for us and that recognition that she has received. As we look to the agenda, as we come up, clearly there's been a detailed build-up to budgetary discussions and budgetary awareness for where we sit as an agency and COVID and the impacts of the pandemic and what that has done to the overall revenues. So much of today's discussion is to build that foundation and context. And the purpose is to build a foundation and context for the Commission and for those viewing, so that as we dive into a more detailed discussion about our priorities as a combined OTC, ODOT priority set and building towards a strategic plan, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, we want to make sure that you had that foundation and that context for the financial piece. And so that's the foundation of today's meeting in advance of that priorities discussion. As we've talked in the past, an agency's priorities then lead to the goals that you're trying to accomplish within those priorities. We clearly then need to measure ourselves and then from those measurements really report on the status of what we're accomplishing. And we'll be looking to develop that cycle with the Commission as we go forward. So we're excited for today's discussion. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand down. Those are my remarks.
Thank you, Director Strickler. I can see all of the members of the Commission here on my screen. So as we go through the day, if you have questions, you just raise your hand. That'll help me manage through in an orderly way. We'll test it right now. Are there any questions or comments for Director Strickler off of his report? Okay, seeing no hands, we'll move on. So our next couple of items are on the very subject that the Director was referring to a second ago, which is our financial position, particularly in light of COVID, and what we're looking at going forward in terms of budgeting and revenues and expenditures. So I will call on Assistant Director Travis Brower, ODOT Budget Manager Stephen Hamlin, and ODOT Transportation Economist Daniel Porter to come up and give us an overview of ODOT's long-term state highway fund revenues and expenditures. So hopefully everyone will come up here. Great. I see Mr. Brower.
Yes.
Not yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Chair Van Brockton, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, the Assistant Director for Revenue Finance and Compliance, and I'm joined today by a couple of our financial experts, Mr. Porter, our Chief Economist, and Stephen Hamlin, our Budget Officer. We are going to walk you through background and context today on our long-term State Highway Fund budget challenges. We want to be able to provide you this information and answer your questions. Today, we're not really looking to work with you on the solutions. That process will come a little bit later after we've allowed you to digest this and understand really what the challenges are. So next slide, Michelle. So the problem that we have in front of us is that starting in the next few years, we as an agency won't have enough money coming into the State Highway Fund to cover all the costs of operating the agency. This is driven by the fact that our resources available for operating the agency are growing pretty slowly, about 2% a year, and that's rounding up, while our costs are growing at about 6% a year. This is actually a challenge we faced before. It's sort of a systemic problem for the State Highway Fund, really a structural imbalance. We've addressed it in the past through agency right sizing and plan to work through this over the next several years to bring those back into alignment. Slide 3, please. It's important to note that our challenge is really focused within the area of agency operations. We as ODOT are almost like a household with two separate bank accounts. One part of our budget is the transportation and programs and project side. And this, if we're going to use that metaphor of a household budget, this is really solidly middle class. And it is an area that is growing thanks to the investments made in HB 2017. So this is the part of our budget that is federally funded projects, the debt service to pay off bonds issued for past projects, the programs and projects directed by statute by the legislature, such as in HB 2017, or the Jobs and Transportation Act, or the OTIA programs, as well as our transit rail programs and transportation safety programs. These are dedicated state and federal funds that are for specific programs and projects set by law. And so these two parts of the budget are essentially walled off from each other with very little crossover here. The other side of our budget is what we call agency operations. This is really the State Highway Fund dollars that are available to run the agency. And this is basically what's left after all the money that has been set aside by the legislature and for specific purposes is left for the agency. And it's important to note that this is not just what we would consider the administrative costs of running the agency. This is really all of those things that we use to run the agency. That includes our maintenance and operations forces that are out there on the road every day, picking up dead deer, patching potholes, plowing snow during the winter. That's the largest single portion of this agency operations budget. About 40% of our operational funds go to those maintenance and operations forces out there on the road on a daily basis. But it's also the DMV and Commerce Compliance Division, which collect the revenue that is used by ODOT, the cities and counties to maintain and improve the transportation service system. It's also the shared services, such as our sports services division, things like IT and HR and procurement, all of those functions, the budget and finance functions as well. And then there's also a portion of the highway, otherwise known as delivery and operations division, and the policy data and analysis division are also included within that as well. So as I mentioned earlier, it's almost as if we have two bank accounts as a household here. One is solidly middle class and growing, transportation programs and projects. The other has been essentially middle class, but is now sort of sliding into something of an impoverished state. And so that is the challenge that we face within our budget. Next slide, please. And I will turn it over to Mr. Porter, our Chief Economist, who will walk you through some of the background context information that may help you in sort of understanding some of this challenge.
Mr. Brower?
Great. Yes.
Before we proceed with Mr. Porter's comments, I just want to go back to the last slide. I'd just like to ask one question while this is in front of us. So is any of this funded by the state general fund, or are we exclusively funded, including our operations, off non-general fund funds, which are essentially corporate and individual income tax receipts. So we're not on that side of the ledger with state government. We are not essentially the question I'm asking is, are we in any way a general fund funded agency?
Chairman Brock, that's a really good point that we are an other fund agency, a non-general fund agency. So we rely on federal funds and funds coming in from the State Highway Fund and a variety of other sources. There are occasional times where we have a slight bit of general fund dollars coming into our budget, but it is a tiny sliver of our budget at any given time, and generally for some sort of special program. For example, passenger rail was briefly funded by general fund resources. The state radio project, some of that is funded by the Oregon State Police. And then we've had a sliver of other funds. But in general, we are probably 99 point something other funds and not general fund.
Great. So, great answer. I mean, I appreciate the answer. So as we think about our programs, our projects, and our operations, which hiring and paying our employees, paying employee benefits, just across the board, we are not receiving general fund funding. It's all on other sources.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Porter. Thank you very much, Mr. Brower.
Great. Thank you, Travis. Well, good morning, Chairman Brockman, members of the Commission. For the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT Economic Services. And as Travis gave you an overview, I'm just going to walk you through kind of our revenues and where they fall in terms of, I think of that slide that we were just looking at. Is it going to be on the transportation projects and program side, or is it going to be in the agency operations side? So just kind of give you a general sense of where they fall, and then kind of talk about why the one part is growing faster than the other part. So Michelle, if you want to go to that first slide. So this one's going to give you essentially the top level, and then we're going to start drilling down. And we got two pies here on this chart. The left-hand pie is sort of the big picture source of total what revenue we have available for this biennium, the 1921 biennium. $6.1 billion is what we have in our budget. And that's made up of 68% state revenue, 23% federal, 8% bonds, and then there's this one little tiny sliver of general fund that was specific debt service for the state radio project, as Travis was talking about. So again, we are definitely an other funded agency, and we rely on general funds. So if we're thinking about, again, where the revenue is falling into, is it sort of these fixed federal, and is it fixed for projects and programs, or is it more flexible state highway funds? Obviously, the federal revenue is dedicated to specific projects, programs. Bond proceeds is dedicated to projects, and then that little piece of general fund is for that state radio project. So that's all falling in that sort of left-hand side of that chart that Travis is showing you. And then the state revenue, so 68% is what's left. So then the right-hand pie is taking that state revenue and breaking it into its two kind of big pieces of non-highway versus highway. The non-highway, that's like our new transportation taxes coming out of House of 2017, like the transit tax, privilege tax, bike excise tax, plus our traditional non-highway sources like ID card revenue, custom plate revenue, that are all dedicated to very specific either programs or projects. So those, all the non-highways going into that, again, that left-hand side of projects and programs, and then what's left over is state highway funds. So total state revenue, about $4.1 billion of the total $6.1 billion. And if you go to the next slide, then that state highway fund will break that down for you. So that's about $3.4 billion total state highway fund revenue. And that's really coming from our three big sources. Nothing new here. You got motor fuels, about 40%. That's the fuels tax, 36 cents that all of us pay. Our light vehicles, everything 26,000 pounds and under pay. It's on diesel and gasoline. And then commerce compliance, about 30% of our revenue comes from them, which about 90% of that is weight mile tax revenue. So that's the tax that we impose on heavy trucks that are over 26,000 pounds. They pay per mile based on the weight, and the rate increases as you increase in weights. And then DMV, about 30% of revenue comes from DMV, and that is, of course, the registrations of the light vehicles, titling, and then DMV type revenues. So that's $3.4 billion. That's our three primary sources of revenue coming into State Highway Fund. The next slide will give you sort of how that funds get used. So that same $3.4 billion, how that gets transferred and divvied up is about 38% of that is agency operations. So that's what we have available to us in that right-hand column there when Travis was talking about for agency ops, so we can spend it on general staff and those programs. Then the rest of it, because in the legislature, when they pass any of our transportation funding packages, we share our revenues with the cities and counties. So really about 35% of that 3.4 goes to cities and counties. We're sending about 12% currently into debt service. Some of that revenue is 13% goes to the transportation projects and programs. It goes into that sort of left-hand column that we were talking about. And then we have a little bit that gets transferred to other agencies. So then, you might want to ask, well, okay, but we've got House Bill 2017, we've got JTA, we've got OTIA, we have these bills that have come through that we have this big infusion of State Highway Fund revenues. So how does that affect what's available for agency operations? And just to give you an example, the next slide will kind of walk you through just a simple pie and how he divide House Bill 2017 revenues. The legislature, when they passed the bill, they only gave us 6% of the funds of ODOT's share that's available for maintenance, which is, again, part of the agency operations. The rest of the money that the legislature apportioned to ODOT was specifically tied to projects or programs. So if you're going to preservation, seismic, bridge projects, safety projects, going to rest areas, going to debt service, pay for the big name projects in the bill, or a little bit extra to the small city allotment program. So the point is that we've got some big transportation packages, but the amount that we've been able to spend on our agency operations has been very, very small piece of any of these big transportation funding packages we've had that increase state highway funds. So the next slide just again reiterates what Travis already showed you, which is, Michelle, next slide. Great, which is this two sides of our budget again, just to bring it back to you that, we have all of our revenue that's federal, that's non-highway, and a chunk of the State Highway Fund revenue is all going to transportation projects and programs. And what's left for agency operations has really been sort of the traditional part of the pre-OTIA, pre-JTA, pre-House Bill 2017 State Highway Fund revenues. And then my final slide is really just sort of a different way of looking at this. So if you go to the next slide, this is sort of, instead of giving you a point in time, I'm giving you a look over time. And kind of going back to OTIA 3 when it first came in 2004, through our most current projection of forecast out through 2029. So these is, I think, a stacked bar chart here, and you've got the bottom darker green is what's available for agency operations, and then the lighter green is what's available for transportation project and programs, and what's also shared with local governments. And this is just state highway funds. So you can go back to 2004, you've got about $500 million then available for agency operations, and then a little less than $100 million, which is the OTIA 3 piece that was going to projects and programs that are being shared with local governments. And over time, you can see how one's been growing a lot faster than the other one, right? And the green bar, the dark green bar is what's available for agency operations, which started out about 500 million, gets to about 600 million by now the end of the forecast period, which is about 2029. Whereas what's available for transportation projects and programs, which starts a little under 100 million, goes to almost 900 million when you get full implementation of House Bill 2017. So it really, it just sort of hopefully can give you a great picture that, yeah, we're getting a lot of money coming into ODOT for transportation projects and programs, but what's available for agency operations, especially of this new money, is very limited. We have a little dip. You can see like the recession effects here, where in 2008, 2009, you see a little drop in revenue coming from the recession, despite the fact that we had JTA coming in 2009, 2010. And then we have another little dip there in FY 2021 for COVID, and that's kind of the impact that we're looking at right now. Again, we had a House of 2017 had a fuels tax, weight mile, DMV registration increases at the beginning of January of this year. So normally you would expect to see an increase instead of a decrease because of the tax increases. But that's our COVID effect, and it's about estimated right now around $120 million over the course of this biennium. But we're going to come back and do an update of the forecast in July. We did our April forecast. Really, some of it was before we knew anything. And so we're going to come back when we have a couple months of data to talk to you about an update and produce an update of the forecast at that time. So that's kind of the revenue picture. I think I'm going to hand it over to Stefan now to talk to you about the expenditure side and then kind of put it all together.
Okay, so Stefan?
Good morning, Commissioner Van Brocklen and the rest of the Commission. My name is Stefan Hamlin. I'm the ODOT Budget Manager, and I would like to describe to you a little bit more in detail what our problem is. So, Michelle, if you could advance to the next slide. As Travis pointed out, our revenues are growing at 2%. That's the little green arrow there, and our costs are actually growing at 6%. And so we have looked at that, and that we aren't able to sustain that into the future. And so we wanted to raise this now so that we can show what we need to do over the next number of years to bring balance back to this. So on the next slide, we have one of the bigger contributors to this is our growing debt service that we have. Back on this chart here, you can see that in fiscal year 2000, we had very little debt service. And then with the different acts that have been passed, the ALTIA Act, the Jobs and Transportation Act, we also did a little bit of facility and some general obligation bonds. And with the main projects coming from House Bill 2017, we're rapidly approaching $250 million or more in annual debt service that we have to pay. This has to be paid with state funds. It cannot be paid with federal funds. And so what this equates to is 1 in every $5 that we raise in state funds is committed to debt service. This is like your mortgage. We don't have a choice. We have to pay this. And so this is taking a lot of our funds that are available for the agency operations, and it's dedicated to paying the debt service down on these project commitments that we've done. On the next slide, we'd like to point out that another cost driver that we see is our personal services. That's our salaries and our other payroll expenses have been growing. So over this last decade, we've seen a 49% increase in this area. And this chart here shows how that's happening over time. But on the other hand, on the next slide, our staffing levels have only increased by 4%. So when we see a 49% increase in personal services, the assumption is that we've seen a lot of growth in our staffing levels, and that's actually not true. Travis mentioned the right sizing. We gave up a number of positions in the 11-13 and 2013-15 biennium that House Bill 2017 actually restored back to us. And so we're at about the same level that we were before we did the right sizing the last time. On the next slide, I would like to point out that here are our long-term trends for our revenue and our expenditures. And as we mentioned before, the revenues are growing at about 2% and our expenditures are growing at about 6%. And starting this next year in 2021, we start seeing that the expenditure line exceeds the revenue line and those lines don't come back together. In fact, they start, that gap starts growing. We do have some reserves that on the next slide, if we can, Michelle, if you can go to the next slide. We do have some reserves that allow us to push this out to 2024 before we start going negative. So we see that we have about 4 years before we start crossing the zero line. And so what we want to do is figure out how we can build a strategy to advance us to maybe be able to push that out even further or even resolve our imbalance. And so I think I'm going to be turning it back over to Travis to talk about how we can close some of this gap and some of the strategies that we have. Travis?
Thank you, Stefan. Go to the next slide, please, Michelle. So we've mentioned that we faced this before in 2011 to 2014, and this is really a long-term structural problem in the State Highway Fund, and we've been addressing it ever since. We went through a right sizing at that time where we reduced the number of ODOT staff by about 5% and worked through other budget savings. We learned a lot of lessons from that effort that we're going to apply to our efforts going forward. We learned about some things that worked and some things that didn't work quite as well. So we have some experience to base our response on. Our leadership, our agency leadership board, is our internal executive level team across the agency of all the division administrators and other key officials, has really taken up this challenge and is working very closely with folks across the agency to address this challenge. We're trying to take a targeted and strategic approach to managing the problem rather than implementing one-size-fits-all across-the-board cuts, as that's one of the things we found that last time did not work particularly well. We've created a budget task force internally that is working through some of these solutions and is going to be working with people across the agency and then bringing some of those solutions to the commission in the future. The things that need to work through you in particular will be things we bring forward in the not too distant future, but over a course of a number of years. We're really trying to be proactive about this, even though we have 4 years until we face that cliff. We would rather begin work today and take steps that will reduce our shortfall rather than waiting 4 years and then staring over the edge of that cliff and having to make really deep and painful reductions all at once. Next slide, please. So we know that ODOT will need to right-size the agency, resize, and reduce our overall agency footprint in terms of our headcount. But that is not the only way that we're going to be able to close this gap. And in fact, if we were to just look at reducing staff in order to close this gap, we would probably have to cut about a third to half of our workforce to close a gap that by 2027 will reach about $200 million a year. So we don't believe that that's the best approach going forward, though it is going to be one of the strategies we use. So the Agency Leadership Board has articulated 5 different general strategies or categories of areas where we're going to really look to work to close this gap. First is focusing our limited resources on the most critical programs. We as an agency need to focus on our most core activities of the agency, things that are really core to our mission and priorities and goals and values. And there may be some things that we need to stop doing, or initiatives that we need to stop, processes that we need to stop doing. You know, for example, I always hold up the DMV where they used to send out little address label stickers for driver's licenses when people changed their address. That cost about $1 million every 2 years, but wasn't really serving any purpose. So we're going to need to dig deep within the agency, find out what are those things we're doing today that we may not need to be able to do in the future given our fiscal realities. We also need to become more efficient as an agency. We need to identify opportunities to do our work differently in order to save money while trying to achieve similar outcomes. This is an area where there are sometimes investments we need to make in new information technology systems that can automate processes, make them much more efficient. There may be processes we need to look at improving. And this could be an area where we can achieve significant efficiencies. I hold up the example again of DMV, where we are looking at moving more and more work online so that people can go online or do their work or do their DMV transactions by mail rather than having to go into a field office, as it's much more efficient to serve people online. So for example, in a month and a half from now, when we turn on the new service transformation program, we're going to be able to issue replacement ID cards and driver's licenses online rather than having people go into a DMV office. And we're going to be looking at those opportunities going forward as well of how can we drive more business online to better serve our customers and to save resources for the agency compared to offering those services in person. We're also going to need to look at realigning service levels. Across all the areas of the agency, we always strive to do our best work. In some cases, we're doing A-level work. Some cases, maybe not quite as high of work. But we know that in some of those areas that are perhaps less core to the agency's mission and goals and priorities, we may need to intentionally lower our level of service in light of our fiscal realities. Now, that's not anything any of us want to do. But the reality is, with our significant budget deficit, we are going to have to look at how can we reduce some of our service levels in ways that save money while trying to minimize the impact on our customers in the transportation system. We're also looking at ways that we can shift some of our costs from the state highway fund to other sources, like federal highway funds, for example. While the two parts of our budget are essentially walled off and there's not much crossover between the two, there are some cases where we're covering costs from those scarce state highway fund dollars that are available for agency operations that we may be able to federalize. So, for example, we are able to charge the Federal Highway Administration funds for our project delivery costs and some of our indirect project delivery costs. Currently, we have a very low rate of what we call the indirect cost allocation. And we've always been very conservative, but we think we can bump that up a little bit and bring additional federal money in to cover some of those project delivery costs that would then free up more resources that could be used for the maintenance and operations of the transportation system. And of course, we know that we're going to have to look at becoming a leaner organization. But we hope if we do that, if we can show that we can become more efficient, that we can become more focused, that we will have some opportunities to bring in additional revenue as well. That will be things like, for example, the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program, a grant that in the past we used to receive from the federal government that we stopped taking a few years ago. The Commerce Compliance Division is looking at bringing back that money in, and that could actually cover a significant portion of their operations costs for their safety and enforcement programs. So we are looking at all those opportunities, and we also will look at things like our DMV fees. There are a whole group of fees, particularly for driver services, things like driver licenses and other services the DMV offers that don't cover their costs. And so we're exploring whether there's an opportunity to approach the legislature about increasing some of those fees at an appropriate time. Now, those are all steps that may need to be taken by the legislature, but we're going to continue to look at where we can derive some additional resources. It's important to note that as we have done this work, one of the things that the agency leadership board has articulated is that a core principle of all of our work should be to remember the customer. As we go about this work, we know that there are going to be impacts on the agency, but also our stakeholders and customers. But we're going to try to work with our customers, with our stakeholders, to work through those things in a spirit of partnership so that we are not disproportionately or unnecessarily impacting them. We've already started discussions with various groups about how we can bring our budget into alignment, bring revenues and expenditures into alignment without hitting their interests and trying to avoid the worst impacts of all this. That's going to be a series of difficult conversations, but very necessary conversations as well. Throughout this process, obviously, we're going to need direction from the OTC. We're not asking for you for that today. We really want an opportunity for you to understand this, ask questions, and then we'll come back at later dates, as I noted before, to ask you for direction on where we go from here. And of course, this is not just a technical budget discussion. This is really, in the end, a budget is about priorities and about policy. So there are going to be important policy and priority calls that the Commission is going to need to make as we move forward to ensure that as we work to balance our budget, that we're doing so in a way that preserves the core work of the agency and the priorities we're supposed to be achieving, and really ensures that the policy of the Commission is still effectuated through our work as an agency. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. And you can go to the next slide, Michelle.
So thank you, gentlemen. Good presentation. Obviously, a lot in that presentation to think about. Essentially, the entire system of funding and operating ODOT and all of the projects and programs it manages and performs for the state. So I agree. In the time we have now, which is about 10 minutes, we're not going to be able to get into depth on these questions. I would just say, so my only comment today, because there are a lot of questions, I think, underlying this we need to start exploring together. My one comment this morning would be that I agree with Assistant Director Brower that this is not this is not a problem we should be delaying engagement on. We should be working on it as you are already now and going forward. And the Commission, as you mentioned, has, I think, an important role in helping to prioritize and provide strategic direction and focus on kind of a path forward. So this really needs to be a partnership of the Commission and the agency, and of course a partnership among a whole bunch of people external to the agency. So I think that would be my initial comment, and my question, really my only question. I have a lot of questions. I only asked one right now, which is, Travis, when do you think we would be getting back together on this? Because I think this probably requires a fairly long session, initial session on this, maybe a couple of hours, to try and begin to educate the Commission as to the some of the detail underlying the comments you've all made today. So what's your thinking on how this flows out over the next year? And we obviously have a session of legislature coming up in January and February, in February, long session coming up. So I think we'd want to be doing quite a bit of this kind of initial baseline conversation ahead of that session. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Chair Van Brockton, you're absolutely right, and that matches our thinking well. What we would anticipate is probably over the next couple of months that we would sit down one-on-one individually with members of the Commission, or perhaps with a couple at a time, and really brief you up in greater depth than what we were able to do today in a 25-minute presentation, and be able to answer your questions, really get into some of those details, and make sure that you're fully up to speed, and then begin to talk about some of the solutions that may be on the table, ideas that we have come up with. What we would anticipate is that in July, we likely need to have some fairly in-depth financial conversations. That will be the time when you take up the agency request budget for 21-23. The 21-24 STIP will be in front of you for a presentation and approval. And then we'll begin the work on the 24-27 STIP as well. So at that time may be a good time to have a more in-depth conversation the good thing is, as you know, we have a good deal of time in the sense that we have that rainy day fund that we have socked away that will allow us to not have to take drastic action today. And we have some time before the legislative session. So I would envision that this will be an ongoing conversation really over the course of the next 6 months in depth, but really over the course of the next several years as we continue to work through these long-term challenges that we have.
Thank you. So I'll turn to my fellow commissioners. Again, we only got a few minutes now, but if there are any, and then I'd like the answer of individual briefings between now and the July meeting with each of the commissioners, followed by a session at the July meeting that our input in these individual meetings helps to form the content of. So questions from the commission to the panel.
This is Commissioner Callery. I want to clarify one thing. There have been some comments about House Bill 2017 and the projects that are identified in that legislation. The OTC and/or ODOT does not have the ability to shift funding out of any of those earmarked projects into other applications, I'll call them. Is that correct?
Commissioner Callery, that is correct. So, those two sides of the budget within ODOT, they're not hermetically sealed off from one another, but in general, our project and program funding, which was that left side of the chart, is money that we cannot by law shift over to agency operations. That is particularly the case with those dedicated projects in HB 2017 that are funded out of debt service and HB 2017 funds. All those projects are preserved, and they're really, as we work through our overall agency operations budget challenges, I think we'll see relatively limited impacts on the STIP and the projects and program side of the ledger because of the way that those are sort of sealed off by law and really have limited ability of ODOT to shift money from that side of the ledger to the agency operations side.
I have a question.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Callery. Commissioner Simpson?
I guess maybe this is for Travis as well. I'm curious if, to kind of piggyback onto Commissioner Callery's comments related to projects in House Bill 17, I'm curious whether or not if some of those earmarked projects, if we as an agency find ways to be more efficient and have substantial cost savings, whether it's just internal work that we do or even our third-party consultants or organizations that we work with, what happens when there's resources that are left on the table? Do they have to be redirected back into those particular regions where the projects are earmarked? Or I'm just curious how that works. Does it go back to the legislature? I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, Commissioner Simpson, that's a really good question. So specific to the HB 2017 dedicated projects, there is actually a regional allocation for each region of the state for the projects rather than an individual project level allocation. And that was done because they realized it was more flexible for ODOT to be able to shift money among projects as some of them come in under budget and maybe some of them come in a little bit over budget. So what will happen is if we save money on, say, the Scottsburg Bridge, we would be shifting that money into other projects in Region 3 initially. And that's really the case for any of our other dedicated funding. If we save money on federal projects in the STIP, then we come back to the commission and we reallocate that money into other projects in the STIP because that money has to be used for projects. And the same is the case for the additional money in HB 2017 that goes out by formula into the STIP. If we save money on a bridge project, because there's a specific allocation for bridges, then that goes back into the bridge program under HB 2017. So really, all those project savings, when we can achieve efficiencies or savings there, that money will flow into other transportation projects.
Thanks for that, Travis. And just the one follow-up to that. And again, I don't want to eat a lot of clocks. I want to give Commissioner Smith obviously opportunity to ask a question. And I know we're going to do one-on-ones, but just a point of clarification, you'd indicated that, you can incur savings through the feds with STIP funds. Are those confined to the programs in which the funds are used for, i.e. bridge, or are those confined based on region as well? Or are they just broadly flexible to be used throughout the state?
So if I understand the question, Commissioner Simpson, the federal funds that we receive from FHWA are ones that the commission allocates in the STIP. And they are generally fairly flexible within the categories that the federal government gives us. So what we're looking at is perhaps taking a little bit more money off the top of those FHWA funds and using them to cover our indirect costs of project delivery, as we already do, but just do a little bit higher rate of charging against those federal funds. What that would do then is reduce the total amount of FHWA funding available to go into the STIP by a fairly small amount. And then that would overall reduce the amount of money in the STIP in order to preserve more money for maintenance and operations of the system.
Okay, thank you very much, Travis. We need to move on to our next agenda item. So,
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question, please?
Sure, of course. I didn't see your face up here, so I didn't know you were interested. Okay, one more question. This one from Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith here. Travis, of the state revenues, you show that there is a flow through to local governments. I don't remember what percentage. Is that discretionary or is that mandated under law?
Commissioner Smith, thanks for that question. That is statutorily directed. All of those dollars that were shown on that slide, showing that more than a third of the state highway fund goes to local governments, that's all done by statutory formula. And so ODOT has no discretion over sharing that money with local governments. That has been directed by the legislature over time. And so that will continue to flow to local governments.
So my understanding of that is that the legislature periodically looks at that formula, maybe not every session, but periodically looks at it and sets it. And then we simply implement the split. Is that correct?
Yeah, Commissioner Van Brockman, that is correct. So that the basic formula is now set at 50% ODOT, 30% for counties, and 20% for cities for any new money coming into the state highway fund. And that was done as of around the Jobs and Transportation Act in 2009. And so they used the same basic split in HB 2017, although how they distributed the money was a little bit different in that there was some work among the counties to ensure that every county would receive a base funding allocation to ensure really that some of those counties, particularly that have been impacted by the loss of federal timber payments, would have enough money to operate their road system.
Thank you. So I know we all probably have a long list of questions we'd like to ask on this. But unless there's one that someone just feels they just don't want to wait on and want to pose now, I'd suggest we wait for the individual sessions so we can organize our questions maybe a little bit better, and then have a long session in July where we come back after the individual sessions each of us will have and have a lengthy discussion about this. An initial more in-depth discussion, and I suspect we'll be talking about this many times going forward over the next several months and into the next session and beyond. So this is, I think people should be reassured this morning on the commission that we'll have a chance to really drill down into this, and this is obviously a huge area for us to be working on. So we'll proceed in that manner unless there's a just can't wait question this morning beyond those that have been asked. Okay, Thank you, Assistant Director Brower. We'll move now to our next agenda item. I believe it's we're continuing to stay on the financial side here and a conversation, pardon me, a presentation on the budget for the next biennium. I believe Stefan is presenting.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Hamlin?
For the record.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Stefan Hamlin, ODOT Budget Officer, and I would like to walk the Commission through the development of the 21-23 agency request budget. So Michelle, please, to the next slide. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to come to you this month and also in July. The presentation in May here is for informational purposes, and then in July we will be asking for formal approval of the request budget for the 21-23 budget period. So we are still working on our budget, and we are going to hopefully be done with that in the middle of June, and so we should be able to have full numbers for the Commission before the July meeting, but we are not quite done with our budget development process. So I wanted to step through how we go about building a budget. So on the next slide, we have some areas where the OTC makes decisions and that impact the budget process. So as Travis mentioned earlier, there's in July, you will be hearing about the upcoming STIP, the 21-24 STIP. So as you guys approve the projects in the STIP, that also gives the approval for making those decisions in the budget process also. Other things that are listed here, and these are just some of the sample items that you guys approval of the traffic safety plan, development approval of the transportation plan and modal plans and other plans like that, agreements that we make with local governments, tribes, and other state agencies, and then implementation of tolling programs and any other new programs, and like the climate office that we've established. Those kind of things will impact how we build our budgets as we move forward. On the next slide, I would like to show you guys the building blocks of the budget. These are different categories that we have to put in our budget. There's personal services, which is all the compensation that we pay to our employees. Services and supplies are non-personnel expenses, which could include things like professional services, contractor payments, rent, office expenses, telephone, IT software, and many more items. We also have capital outlay. These are items that usually have a useful life of more than 2 years and a cost of $5,000 or more, and that aren't consumed in routine agency operations. We also make special payments to external entities that also include state agencies. We have capital improvement and capital construction, which are land and building expenditures. And then we also have debt service, which we talked about in the previous presentation, where we have to pay principal and interest on outstanding debt. On the next slide, this is a high-level overview of our budget process, and we usually start in November of the odd-numbered year, and so we just did that this last November, and then we start working through what's called the base budget in March. So a couple months ago, we were at that state, and we are currently working on our current service level, which we, as I mentioned, hope to have approved or hope to have completed by mid-June, and then we would be coming to you in July to have that approved, formally approved. That then becomes our agency request budget, which we have to submit to DAS in its entirety in August. Then over the fall, we'll be working with DAS and the governor's office, and our agency request budget will become the governor's recommended budget by December. And then, as Chair Van Brockman mentioned, the full session that's coming up in a year from now is when the legislature will be looking at our budget, and when they approve our budget, then it becomes the legislatively approved budget. On the next slide, I wanted to go into just a little bit more detail. And so we start, like I said, in November, and we're working on our base budget in the March timeframe. We actually started a little bit sooner than that. And we take all of the adjustments that have been made, and including items from the short session, although we did not have a successful short session this time around, but anything that would have happened during that session would have been included in our base budget if it had a budgetary impact. We also look at bringing in Daniel Porter's revenue projections, and that usually happens in April when he gives his revenue projections. And also what happens in April is DAS will do what's called a personal services freeze on all of state employees, meaning for every agency they take a snapshot of the budget file for all the people that are employed, and that's what we base our personal services on. We also look at inflation and phasing in or phasing out any programs or projects that, again, decisions have been made on, and we make any technical adjustments, and that would be happening in this month, in the month of May. And then we, as I mentioned, will be wrapping that all up in the middle of June. One of the things that's still outstanding right now is that we just got approval from DAS and the Legislative Fiscal Office yesterday to be able to reflect the reorganization that you have approved back in the fall of our agency. And since they just gave that approval, we are now working on moving different parts of the organization around to reflect that reorganization within the budget. On the next slide, once we have our current service level budget, we come to you in July, and we will be asking for your approval of that budget. We will also add any policy option packages in to the request. And this time around, we do have a couple of policy option packages that revolve around maintenance stations. We have one, the Meacham Maintenance Station in Eastern Oregon along the I-84 corridor. We hope to successfully complete that project with the funding that we need to do that. And then we have on the South Coast and the Central Coast, we are working on our maintenance stations, and those are ongoing projects. We will be back most likely next biennium with additional funding on those, funding requests on those. And then the other policy option package that we have is, as DMV is wrapping up their STP project, we have to move into once the project winds down, we have to move into the maintenance and operations of the new system, and we need to be adding that into our budget as we have to make payments to the vendor FAST to maintain and operate the system on our behalf. So once the OTC approves the budget, then we submit it in to DAS, and like I said, then we move to the governor's recommended phase, which on the next slide, in the fall, we'll be working with staff in September and early October on any recommendations. And we will also hear from the governor's office if there's any direction that they would like us to take in our budget. And also at the same time, Daniel already mentioned he's going to be doing the July revenue forecast, but he will also be doing one in October. And if there's any significant impact, and we're keeping an eye on the COVID situation to see if we have to maybe adjust our budget, that would be the time that we would do that in the September-October timeframe. And then the governor's recommended budget would have to, will be ready by December. And that is a statutory requirement with a sitting governor. Governor Brown has until December 1 to publish a governor's recommended budget. If there's a new governor elected in November, then they actually have till February 1. So I'm showing you the time frame as it is for this time around. On the next slide, once we have the governor's recommended budget, then we move into the legislative phase. And starting in January and usually going all the way through the end of June, we see, and sometimes into July, we see that the legislature will make changes to our budget. And that has a couple different ways they can do that. They can do that to our actual budget bill, but they can also pass other bills like House Bill 2017 that has a big impact to our budget. Once they do all of those different bill approvals, then at the end of the session, we would have what's called a legislatively approved budget. During the interim, we are able to go to the emergency board or special sessions to make other budgetary adjustments as needed. And what we usually do is, with projects, our construction projects, we sometimes have to go back and rebalance them. We may need to increase our pave preservation limitation and maybe decrease our bridge limitation depending on how projects are actually spending out. And that's called a rebalance. So that's usually some of the actions that we take at an e-board or a special session. On the next slide, I wanted to give you guys a flavor of what our budget is starting to look like. So for the 2-year period, for fiscal years 22 and 23, our projected revenues are roughly $5 billion that come to ODOT. And then our projected expenditures are roughly $4.7 billion. And I've kind of given you guys a very high level summary for each of the groupings that I have listed here. And please understand, we're still working in the budget space. And so what we bring to you in July may look a little bit different than this, especially as we're moving the reorganization that I just mentioned, just got approved yesterday. And so we're moving big groups of folks around. So delivering operations, which is formerly called our highway division, is about $2.9 billion. Our DMV and Commerce and Compliance divisions, Commerce and Compliance used to be our Motor Carrier Transportation division. They're about $0.3 billion. Our Policy, Data and Analysis, and this used to be, or formerly known as our Transportation and Development division, is roughly $0.2 billion. Our Public Transportation, which includes our former Transit and Rail divisions, and our Transportation Safety division, is roughly $0.4 billion. There we see debt service at $0.4 billion for the 2-year period. And then our support services, which also includes our headquarters and our finance and budget division, is roughly $0.3 billion. And again, as we're doing the reorganization, some of these numbers may change. but the total of $4.7 billion shouldn't change. But some of the numbers in the divisional split outs may change on that. For comparison, last biennium, we had $5.6 billion in revenue and $5.2 billion in projected expenditures. And a lot of that was our bonded program. And so that's why we're seeing a little bit less this time. We continue to do our bonding, our bond projects, but we had for the current biennium, we saw a bigger increase to that as House Bill 2017 demanded that. And as projects start spending, we are able to adjust our budget as we move forward. So on my last slide, I just wanted to remind you guys, so this presentation here in May is more informational, trying to walk you guys through a very high level process of how we develop the budget. And then in July, we'll be coming back to seek your formal approval. In the interim, I would like to offer that we can sit down with all of you, or individually or in a group, to go over different details of the budget. And especially as we start wrapping them up, I would like to present those final numbers to you before the July meeting, so that you have some time to reflect on that before you make your decision. So, again, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you very much. It's a good presentation. I would, my own inclination is for us to have individual briefings prior to July on the budget. I don't know whether those can be, whether we can consolidate the discussion about revenue and the fiscal cliff with the discussions about this coming biennium's budget. We should do, I think, individual briefings or briefings with pairs of commissioners on both subjects in June, as soon as we can be arranged, so that the commission has time to understand in greater detail all of this, and so we can have a productive conversation on both items as a commission in July. So those are my thoughts. I'll turn it to members of the commission for questions or comments on the presentation. Any questions or comments? Okay, well, I do. Again, I think having these maybe tandem, maybe two commissioners at a time, meeting on the budget, and then also, again, on the fiscal condition of the agency, either in two sessions or one large session, will be important. And let's get those scheduled and as soon as we can, as soon as the commissioners are available, and as soon as you are far enough along in the preparation of the budget, which it sounds like you're very far along, that you can provide the kind of information that would be helpful to the commission to be an informed decision maker in July. So thanks very much. So we move to our next item, which is strategic investments and the 2020 investment strategy. I think Assistant Director Brower is leading that.
Yes. Chair Van Broeckman, members of the commission. This is Travis Brower, the Assistant Director for Revenue, Finance, and Compliance. And I have also online Kat Silva, who is has been working on HB 2017 implementation for us, and is now our project manager for this investment strategy. I'm going to give you a little bit of brief background on the investment strategy to remind you where we started and where we're going. And then Kat will bring you up to speed on our somewhat revised plans in terms of scope and schedule for this particular project. So recall, we first talked with you about the investment strategy update back in December when we were down in Lebanon, talked about the process we'd be going through. And then we started work on that in depth at the January commission meeting in Lake Oswego, where we gave you a presentation on our Fix-It programs and the condition of the system and our efforts to keep it in a state of good repair. We were planning at that point to make similar presentations on all the other program areas so that you'd be well briefed, and then we'd be able to have some discussions about trade-offs and how to apply our key goals and priorities and achieve the agency's mission within our fiscal constraints. And then, of course, COVID intervened, and we shifted our meetings online and cut a couple of meetings, and as a result have not had as much time to go through really in-depth budgetary presentations on all of those areas of the transportation system. In addition, we wanted to give the Commission some time to work through the conversation you're going to have today around goals and priorities for the agency, because that could inform how we approach our investments in the upcoming STIP, in particular, going to kick off this summer. So as a result of all that schedule change, we're going to be bringing you today a proposal for a modified phased approach that will start with a phase 1 effort that will really focus just on providing you the basic factual background on the needs of the system and the funding shortfalls, then allow you at a later stage of discussion, probably during the STIP work, to have a little bit more of a trade-off discussion about how our goals and priorities should inform those investments. So go to the next slide, please. Just as a reminder, when we started this work back in December, we talked about the objectives for the investment strategy, and you generally agreed with this based on the priorities and direction you'd given us in the past. The goal of this update of that investment strategy that you first promulgated back in 2017 is really to help you understand the policy, decision, and trends that impact revenue and investment decisions, understand the gaps that we have between the available funding for the transportation system and the need for investment as we define it, and then really to understand that what are the consequences of that gap, of that unmet need at current funding levels, and the potential impacts of further reductions in funding, particularly with some scenarios now that we're looking at around federal funds or an economic recession that could impact our funding. And then also have at least some discussion about potential options for generating sustainable revenue. And all of this really in the service of informing decisions that the Commission will make regarding funding allocations in the STIP and the agency's requested budget. Next slide, please. So the investment strategy has been designed to fill a gap that has been identified over the years between our statewide transportation policy and the funding decisions that the Commission makes in the agency request budget, the STIP, and our non-highway grant programs that you approve. So we have very high-level transportation policies that are included in the Oregon Transportation Plan and our statewide modal plans, and need some way to translate those policy directives into the on-the-ground direction to the agency for how to prioritize resources in the agency request budget, the STIP, and those grant programs. The reality is that we have investment strategies across all of the different areas of the system, and they're not always explicit, and they haven't always been strongly vetted by the Commission. So our goal with this investment strategy is to make sure that the Commission is providing that direction at that strategic level in this investment strategy to help inform those funding decisions that are made further down the line and to make all those things explicit. So that is the background information. Now I will turn it over to Ms. Silva, who will walk you through the adjustments that we're proposing and seek your input and approval for this general direction that we're looking to go.
Kath, I'm not hearing you. There's a mute somewhere that needs to be disengaged.
I am so sorry. I even practiced yesterday. Sorry. Good morning.
Well, welcome to the meeting. Welcome to the meeting, Kat.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. Michelle, if you wouldn't mind moving to the next slide for me. Thank you so much. So as Travis mentioned, we set out in January to provide you with some context and foundational information regarding the Fix-It programs, bridge and pavement primarily, and some maintenance was also included in that presentation, and had planned this kind of robust schedule between then and now to provide you with the contextual background information on the other investment areas within the agency. And unfortunately, COVID has delayed us a significant amount. So we had anticipated having a very different conversation right now and arriving at a very different point by July. And so this proposal for a modified scope and phased approach is really reflecting that shift and taking advantage of an opportunity of timing with some of the other investment-related and policy-related efforts that are kicking off starting in July through the end of the year and beyond. So what we're proposing is that phase one would be essentially that same kind of contextual and foundational information about the needs gap. Probably move to the next one, Michelle. So what we're proposing is that we would provide you in July with that foundational information, the needs gap across the board, the implications for the system, the implications for if funding were to be further reduced, where resources would be invested based on current strategies, if we were to have additional funding for some reason, and then also to provide kind of an overview of the sustainable revenue options that we are currently exploring and the efforts underway there. And so you've heard a lot already about the challenges with our revenue and our kind of financial position. So that's, that will be included, but at brief. So it's mostly about providing you with that foundational information about what our current investment approaches are within the various investment areas, what that has purchased us in terms of performance and system implications, and also economic implications for users of the system, and then kind of those implications of what it looks like if funding were to shift one way or the other. And our hope is that by providing you this information at that time, it really will be timely for the decisions that we need to make in the 24-27 STIP development, which kicks off in July and really gets going in the fall. And also, as will serve as a precursor, those two efforts kind of will flow into the updates to the OTP and those higher level policy decisions that you're making for kind of setting priorities for the next 20, 30 years of transportation in the state of Oregon. So, Michelle, can you move to the next slide, please? So this is what roughly the schedule would look like in terms of we would provide you with the investment strategy in July, and then the SIP process would move from there. And next slide, Michelle. And then the OTP update is already kicked off to some degree, and we'll really start moving in the fall of this year. And that is, we'll hopefully tie it all together. So you'll be making these decisions based off of the latest information on the need gap, and be able to make decisions about where you want the buckets of money in the STIP to flow, or what percentages you want to invest across the board, and then be able to update the OTP to reflect those priorities and reflect those investment decisions that you've made. And so it's just kind of rearranging the order of that we originally envisioned for this process. Excuse me. And Travis, I'm going to kick it back to you for questions.
Yeah, so that concludes our presentation. We would be happy to answer any questions, and also would welcome your feedback and direction on any specific elements of this. What we'd envision is that sometime in the next month, given that we do not have a June meeting, we would share with you a draft of the investment strategy to allow you to provide some feedback, and then in July be able to bring that to you with your proposed edits and changes, so that we'd have a final draft that was in good shape, having been vetted by the Commission when we bring it forward to you in July as we kick off that STIP funding allocation process.
Questions by the commissioners? Yeah. Pat?
I apologize. I failed to mention that we included a kind of rough outline of what the report will look like in your packet of materials for today as well.
Thank you. So are there questions or comments by members of the commission on this topic? Travis, again, I think we need to take advantage of June to make sure that the commissioners have an opportunity to drill down on this subject and ask questions in either one-on-ones or pairs of commissioners meeting with you to get further understanding and providing comments. So as you just described, we go into the July meeting with the commission input having been given in those meetings, and then we have something in front of us that we've thought about and commented on. So sounds like we may need a couple of different sessions with pairs or individuals, depending on calendars. This is another topic we do need make sure we're getting commission briefings on in further detailed briefings, and then opportunity to comment and provide suggestions. So if there are no questions from the commission, I think what we should do, if Director Strickler is nearby, is maybe move up the consent agenda and get that done before our break. We're a little ahead of schedule. So I'd like to use the time wisely. So let's, Director Strickler.
That sounds perfect, Mr. Chair. So happy to do that. So taking a look at the consent agenda, I understand that you may have a few potential conflicts with the right-of-way portion of the resolution. As you well know, in the last meeting, we had the conversations around delegations and the appropriate level, but we still have to effectuate that in the form of the written delegations. And so until such time, we'll still have a few of these that will pop up on the calendar. But we'd look for, in today's consent calendar, potential for right-of-way resolution conflict for consent calendar item 3 in your case, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so on that, I do have, my law firm represents several entities that have, that are involved in these right-of-way acquisitions, which is part 3 of the consent agenda. So I am going to, in an abundance of caution, declare a potential conflict of interest and recuse myself from all of the right-of-way item, which I think, again, is item 3 of the consent agenda. So perhaps we take that separately and then vote on the rest of the agenda.
That sounds perfect. So given these potential conflicts, if we could pull forward consent item 3, and I would ask the other members of the commission for a motion on that consent calendar item 3.
Commissioner Smith moves approval of consent item number 3.
We have a motion.
Commissioner Callery, second. Commissioner Callery, second.
Commissioner Callery seconds, Mr. Director. So is there discussion by members of the commission on item 3 of the consent agenda? If not, I'm going to take a roll call vote so we make sure we've done this right. So Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Callery?
Aye.
Commissioner Simpson?
Aye.
And the chair abstains.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So given that, I would ask for a motion on the rest of the consent agenda in block, those being consent items 1, 2, and 4 through 6.
Is there a motion? Commissioner Callery, I believe, is moved approval of those items. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Simpson seconds. Commissioner Callery, I think you may be on mute. There we go. So discussion on this motion. Hearing none, all those in favor, well, I'll again do a roll call. Commissioner Simpson? Bad habit.
Aye.
Commissioner Simpson votes aye. Commissioner Calery?
Aye.
Commissioner Calery votes aye. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The motion passes unanimously. Okay, so it's 9:43. Mr. Director, maybe what we should do is if Amanda is available to join, move that item up to before the break, or else we can take the break early.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd offer we can do either. We can start the item with Ms. Peets for the Climate Office, or we can take a break and maybe reconvene at 10. It's at your pleasure. I do see, and while I'm not in conversation with Amanda right now, I do see her name up on the screen, so I'm going to presume that she's ready.
What's the preference of the commission? I can go either way. Do we want to hear the climate? Okay, hear the climate. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
All right, so Ms. Peets, Director Peets, able to join us?
I am, thank you. Can you hear me?
Great, yes. So welcome. I think we have, Michelle has your slides up, so proceed and we'll take our break at the conclusion of your presentation.
Excellent. So members of the commission, thank you for taking the time this morning to talk about the new Climate Office. It's a very exciting role for the agency to take on, and I'm very humbled by the opportunity to help lead that new office. And I wanted to take the time today to talk to you and share more broadly what the Climate Office is about, and also talk to you about some of the major work efforts that we have moving forward. Since I had some one-on-one conversations with the commissioners, we've submitted the report to the governor's office following the executive order requirement on May 15th. And so we have some additional details and information I'd be happy to share with you today. So next slide. So the Climate Office was established. It was really came up as a concept back in January and February, so prior to the executive order, because we started as an agency to recognize the real and critical impacts that climate is playing out on our transportation system. So the photograph shown here is of Interstate 84 as we had flooding earlier this year, and we're seeing these kinds of events happening time and time again. We have our frontline maintenance staff out there seeing the impacts of climate on a day-to-day basis, whether they're out cleaning out culverts more frequently or seeing landslides happen more frequently. These are real impacts to the transportation system. They not only affect the movement of people and goods immediately, but they have long-term and lasting economic effects. So we want to make sure that where possible, we can keep our roadways open and our multimodal transportation system functional. So that's a critical service that we need to provide, and therefore we need to understand the impacts of climate change and figure out how we address those. Next slide. In addition to addressing the impacts of climate change, it's also important to understand how transportation can impact the overall climate. So the pollution from cars and trucks, the exhaust that we see on our roadways, has a dramatic effect on climate overall. Transportation emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, account for nearly 40% of all emissions in the state. That's the highest polluting sector. So it's important that we try to figure out a way to reduce our carbon footprint overall. Next slide. So we set up the Climate Office as an intentional way of really looking at how do we address climate and really integrate it through the agency. So while it's a separate and unique office, the charge of our group is really to put a climate lens on the way that we plan for the system, invest in it, build, maintain, and manage it overall. So it really should be a lens that's integrated throughout all of our work and into our business. So that's really the charge that we have in front of us. At this time, we have a pretty small group. Right now, I have a staff of 4 kind of within these program areas that are shown on this slide: mitigation, adaptation, and sustainability. I'm currently hiring a sustainability planner, so we'll have 5 on board But we have a pretty big charge ahead of us, as you'll see in the coming slides, that we're trying to grapple with. Next slide. So focusing first on mitigation, that's ways to reduce the pollution or the carbon footprint of transportation. ODOT, we're pretty well situated to start this work because we have a roadmap in existence already. That's the statewide transportation strategy. As you know, that was completed back in 2013 and adopted by the Commission in 2018. And it really establishes ways that we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the movement of people on the ground, people in the air, and the movement of freight across all transportation modes. And the objective we're trying to reach is the statewide goal, and that's to reduce emissions by 75% below 1990 levels by the year 2050. The governor's executive order on climate that came out in early March actually sets more aggressive goals to an 80% reduction. So that's part of the challenge we have going forward is how do we get there? Next slide. So what the roadmap lays out is there's no one silver bullet to reducing emissions. It's really a combination of different actions from vehicles and fuels to how we price the transportation systems, so thinking about programs like Origo and also the value pricing up in the Portland metropolitan area, making sure our system flows and moves smoothly, so trying to reduce stops and starts where possible, and also recognizing the big impact that transportation options can have. So having lower carbon modes available, whether that's biking, walking, public transportation, and the like, will be key not only for climate issues, but for equity and other important outcomes that you will be talking about later today. And then also recognizing the role that land use plays in making transportation options really viable so that people are able to walk or bike to their destinations and that they have more options at their disposal to choose from. It's really a mix of these things, again, that we know that even in the most progressive areas in the nation, the predominant mode of travel tends to be driving. So we have several strategies that are targeting cleaner fuels, that are targeting electric vehicles, so that even when those driving trips still occur, that we're able to reduce the carbon profile of those. But then again, equally important is having those other modal options, and those have multiple benefits. Next slide. And I've shared with you recently, I think back in November, an update on the statewide transportation strategy. We had done a monitoring report in 2018 to show how are we doing? Are we on track with the strategy vision? We had started some initial implementation efforts. We tried to pick things that were pretty low-hanging fruit at the time and leveraging other efforts. And we wanted to see the outcome of those. While we've made progress on those things, you can see that we actually had an uptick in emissions within the transportation sector in the short term, although in the long term we are projected to reduce emissions. But we still have a significant gap between where we are and will be versus where we need to be in line with the strategy vision. Next slide. What we confirmed in that 2018 report is that the statewide transportation strategy is still the right roadmap for Oregon in reducing emissions. All of the strategies in there are still valid. And we also found and confirmed that we can get there. We can achieve the strategy vision through a combination of different policies and strategies. And really that's what this chart here is showing, is the mix of things that we need to pursue. You'll see that over half of that does come from vehicles and fuels, so that's a super important lever moving forward, and I'll talk about that a little bit later as we've started to identify things to pursue to curb those GHG emissions. But it's not the only thing. It's about half of the pie, but we have other things that we need to keep working on as well. So there's a myriad of things that we need to consider. Next slide. So in order to help close that gap, there's a number of things that we're looking at doing, and some of those are required of us now. So I mentioned earlier that the governor executed an executive order on climate back in early March prior to the COVID crisis, and that was Executive Order 2004. That required several state agencies to take immediate actions to reduce the impacts of climate change and to consider climate change in their day-to-day work. ODOT had several specific directives towards us, which I'll highlight briefly. The first of which is considering greenhouse gas emissions as we make our investment decisions. So really looking at the greenhouse gas reduction lens and the STIP. So as Travis and others were talking about recently, that's going to be a topic of conversation here for you in the near term. So a couple things that we're looking at doing there. The requirement is that we have to have our approach figured out by June of 2021, but we know that we have to act sooner than that. As you start in July, the next conversation for the STIP and thinking about how much money you program towards the Fix-It program and Enhance, it will be important to understand the outcome of those different scenarios on greenhouse gas emissions. So we plan to start bringing you information later this year as you consider those program funding buckets. The information won't be perfect. This will be our first attempt at really trying to understand and quantify and qualitatively describe the impacts, but it's an important first step, and we'll learn from that and refine it over time. As we look at that, what we plan to bring you is information on how those various scenarios impact greenhouse gas emissions, but also other important goals and objectives. So as you today talk about some of those objectives that the Commission and agency are working on, we'll be trying to capture those as well to show that it really is a balance and a trade-off across a number of different goal areas, but that we're at least having explicit consideration of understanding the impacts to climate of our different investment portfolios. One of the other requirements in the executive order is around transportation electrification. Now, in the earlier slide, when I showed kind of the structure of the climate office, under mitigation, we do have a program manager dedicated to transportation electrification. And based on the executive order and direction from the governor's office, ODOT will be taking more of a lead role in helping to move transportation electrification forward, so in implementation. And that will require us working really closely with our key sister agencies like the Department of Energy, and also with utilities across the state to understand what their needs are. So this specific requirement in the executive order is around understanding the charging needs and the gaps within our charging system. We'll be primarily focused on light vehicles, so cars and trucks, but we will look at all over the needs for transportation electrification. So thinking about micromobility, so the needs for charging scooters and bikes, as well as for the potential for trucks, as we're starting to see companies producing and executing some larger vehicles as well, and starting to understand the needs there. So that's part of the transportation electrification suite. So as I talk about these various requirements, I do want to point out that we are trying to think about this holistically. So how do these fit in a bigger program and bigger effort to think about how we reduce emissions, and how do they complement one another, and how do we collaborate with others? The other requirement is around supporting local greenhouse gas reduction planning. So in the executive order, Department of Land Conservation, and specifically the Land Conservation and Development Commission, is required to amend the transportation planning rule and require that local jurisdictions plan for greenhouse gas emissions and meet their local targets within metropolitan areas. So that commission will be amending their rules. ODOT and DLCD are charged with finding funding to support those local areas in doing that planning work. So it's not only looking at funding that goes to the local areas as they do that planning, it's also the technical support and staffing needs that the agencies would need to provide in order to do that. So we'll be looking in the next couple months in order to support DLCD's work on what funding options we might have available within existing resources, and obviously reallocating resources, as you know from earlier conversations today, that will be key. And then identifying any needs above and beyond that to support those local efforts. And then lastly, to implement the statewide transportation strategy across the agencies. And as I've talked about before when I've been in front of the commission on the statewide strategy, ODOT is a key lead because we're the transportation agency. However, we're not the only entity responsible for implementation. It really requires collaboration across state agencies with local jurisdictions and even the private sector. And so the governor, through the executive order, was really pointing out that need to make sure that we had that multi-agency collaboration and work together. Next slide. So the result of that work is a multi-agency STS implementation work plan that has 3 items listed there under the picture: vehicles and fuels, transportation options, and GHG and decision making. So that's the culmination of some preliminary work by the Department of Land Conservation and Development, Department of Energy, and Department of Environmental Quality, along with us, sitting down and looking through, culling through the statewide transportation strategy and looking at that gap that I showed earlier and saying, okay, what do we need to do to close that gap? How can state agencies work together? So requiring collaboration between 2 or more agencies, and set really a foundation. So the actions of the agencies alone won't help us reach the greenhouse gas reduction goal, but they're key kind of foundational pieces. So what's been identified in that work that's now being branded Every Mile Counts is actions around transportation electrification. Like I've talked about earlier, not only the requirement in the executive order, but also developing an action plan for how we move forward and really realize a future with more electric vehicles that we can enable as state agencies. Changes from DEQ to their Clean Fuels program and making that, extending that program, as well as looking at opportunities for lowering the emissions within fuels for the freight transportation sector as well. Under transportation options, looking at parking management and really working with our local jurisdiction partners. Through effective parking management, you can really support broader utilization of some of the lower carbon modes like biking, walking, and public transportation. And then greenhouse gas and decision making, which is really around that greenhouse gas reduction work that I was talking about earlier. But the other thing that we added in, and ODOT's really leading, is looking at performance measures, because we want to track and see how effective are some of these actions over time. Are they having the intended results? And not lose sight of some of the bigger pictures of what we're trying to accomplish in terms of reducing emissions, supporting broad electrification, some of those kinds of objectives. We have submitted a draft of the multi-agency implementation work plan to the governor's office as part of that May 15th report. And we have posted it to our new climate office website. And that is now open for public comment. We're taking comments through June 15th. And so folks can go on there and fill out a survey giving us feedback on those types of actions. The other thing that ODOT is committed to is beyond the requirements of the executive order. What are the things that we as an agency need to do? So I just talked about those things that cross agencies that require collaboration. What are those things that we need to do? And so several of the items listed on the right there that said midterm ODOT STS implementation plan are really about targeting institutionalizing that within our agency. So not only looking at adding the GHG lens to the STIP, but looking across our investment programs and seeing when and where do we have opportunities to think about how we prioritize projects, what types of investments we favor, how we support some of those local plans. Kat Silva mentioned the update to the Oregon Transportation Plan. So as those plans are updated, how can we establish policy that really aligns with the climate objectives? And that's not just for mitigation, that's for adaptation as well. And so how are we preparing our system and really putting in place a very methodical approach to it? Transportation options. So as we are in this COVID crisis currently, we are seeing the viability of higher levels of telecommuting across entities. And so how can we model that within our agency, but also help to support major employers throughout the state that we work with already, and helping to sustain higher levels of telecommuting or shifting off peak hours so that we're managing demand across our transportation system. And things like these not only have benefits to climate, but also have multiple other benefits across the system as well in terms of congestion relief and other benefits. We'll look at construction and maintenance practices. So are there ways that we can lower our emission profile within those? And so we're kind of attacking this from 2 different sides as we think about our investments. How do we change our programs to make sure that we're considering climate, and does that change the outcomes of the projects that we select? And then once we select those projects, can we try to reduce how much carbon those projects have by the materials that we use and the fuel that we use as we build those. And then also the idea of net zero transit agencies. And these are just an example of some of the things that we're likely to consider. And the plan is to come to the commission at a few critical points as we're developing this midterm implementation plan to get your thoughts, to share with you what we think the highest return actions are in terms of emission reductions, but also being fiscally responsible within that. And then ultimately getting your concurrence on adopting an implementation plan moving forward and really setting those actions in place for our agency. Next slide. So moving on to adaptation, there's a number of threats that we see to the transportation system, and the impacts of those are very visual. So I like to put up these scary pictures because it really does show what we're facing in the transportation system. So one of the biggest threats is extreme precipitation. That leads to flooding, that can lead to landslides and destabilization of our slopes. Another is sea level rise, and so as you can see, the photograph on the right is of Beverly Beach along the coast of US 101, and we constantly are having challenges with the coastline eroding under the state highway. So we have a number of known spots that have been affected by these extreme weather events and climate changes. The other one as well is wildfires. While they don't tend to damage the highway themselves, they create secondary effects. So once a wildfire sweeps through an area, you often will have more prone to landslides. You may have trees that have fallen on the highway that need to be cleared. So these all create impacts that we'll need to be responsive to. Next slide. So in order to really understand what those are, we're trying to create a roadmap for adaptation. So again, what are those impacts to climate? Next slide, please. What are the things that we need to do? Do we need to upsize our culverts more because we're expecting higher stream flows under our roadways? How do we armor our bridges? And there's a number of things that we do that can help to make the system more resilient and try to keep roadways open, but also recognizing that a lot of it will also be response, that there's often not very good ways to address landslides. So once they occur, it will be the added maintenance cost of pushing those off, added maintenance costs of cleaning out our drainage systems. So some of those things in order to figure out what our path forward is. And so that's one of the pieces that we're executing on. Michelle, are you able to go forward a couple slides? Okay, so let's go ahead to the next one. Okay, and the last program, sustainability. The last program area under our portfolio in the Climate Office is sustainability. And so that will include maintaining our solar highway program, but also looking at conserving water, electricity, paper use, just kind of our agency practices around conservation as well that may come from directives or may come from our sense of how we can more efficiently manage our system and save money as well. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions on any of the content. Next slide.
Thank you, Amanda, for that presentation. Great presentation. Are there questions or comments? I see Commissioner Callery's hand up. Commissioner Callery.
Yes, I've followed this quite a bit over the last couple of months. One of the questions I have is, I think this is a great program for the state of Oregon, but if we're going to talk holistically, how are we also integrating the Western U.S. states, specifically Oregon, California, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, as you go eastward? We're a minor player in some ways, but if this type of adaptation to climate change is going to be successful, it has to involve everybody. And I'm just wondering what we're doing as far as integrating similar programs in other Western states. I have another question about electrification infrastructure, but I'll let Amanda address the integration question first.
Sure. So Commissioner Callery, I think it's a great question. I think there's some areas within, so climate change is a pretty big topic. And there's some areas that we have some pretty mature collaboration mechanisms that have been formalized. So within transportation electrification, for example, there's a great West Coast collaborative that has helped us to build the West Coast Electric Highway System so that we have the coast-to-coast connections, and then policy work around zero-emission vehicles across the state. So there are a number of things within, I think, especially vehicles and fuels that are larger, broad collaboration across multiple states. There's other areas like adaptation where we have some national networks as we're trying to figure these things out that are working on the design of the transportation system itself, figuring out investment and disinvestment strategies according to the impacts that we're seeing. So we're starting to collaborate with those, but those national networks are really important, to your point, to make sure that we're all moving in the same direction. So there's a number of different entities and groups out there that are having these conversations. I think what will be incumbent upon the Climate Office is figuring out what are the best venues to do that, which groups are very effective at doing that, and how do we really work together to make change and not just talk about the problem. So I think there's more work to be done there. I think there's some good existing mechanisms to start those conversations, but we have more work to do.
Thank you. Follow up on the electrification infrastructure. Basically, if you look at the fueling systems that are available now, based on gasoline, diesel, whatever else, that's a private sector supplier to the system. Are we looking at private sector suppliers for electrification programs? I mean, I think it's fine for ODOT and other state agencies to plan a system, but who's going to actually deliver the electric commodity to that system? Is it going to be a public agency or is it going to be the private sector?
Right, that's a great point. We often are, so some of the work that we've done to date with West Coast Electric Highways, well, ODOT helps to facilitate those conversations and that coming about. We're not the owners of the system, so we're really working with that private sector. And a big part of what we've done over the last couple of days, I've had some great conversations with utilities like Portland General Electric and PacifiCorp, because it's really them who are installing, providing the fuel generation source, in this case electricity, to the system. So I think we do have to be mindful of what our role and responsibility is. So I think what ODOT's role can be is identifying what the needs are across the transportation system. So looking at, we have great data on the types of vehicles that are out there, starting to get data on the demand for charging infrastructure. And so I think our role is seeing how it fits within, but not necessarily providing the services. How can we work with others in the provision of those services?
Okay, thank you. And one very brief follow-up. I think the West Coast Electric Highway is a good program to pursue. However, that is focused on a major arterial. What happens in the rural parts of the state if we actually see a development of additional electric vehicles, whether they're truck or auto or whatever else? I mean, how are we looking at that urban-rural divide?
Right, great point. And I apologize for not bringing that up earlier. As part of the transportation electrification needs analysis that we're doing, we lovingly refer to it as TINA as an acronym because we love acronyms in our agency. So as part of that work, we need to focus on the rural areas, and that's part of the directive from the executive order. But also, I think as we look across strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, a lot of them are urban focused. And as we think about electrification and cleaner fuels, that has a lot of potential within our more rural areas. And we're seeing higher levels of vehicle registrations for some newer trucks and SUVs that are electric. And so that will certainly be a focus area of our study, is those needs within the rural part of the state.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. other questions or comments?
I had one.
Yeah, Commissioner Smith, I have a comment. Go ahead, Orlando, I'll go after you.
Commissioner, let's take Commissioner Smith's question first, then Commissioner Simpson's. Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Sharon Smith here. First, I want to thank Amanda and her office for taking this on. I think it's a critical component of how we need to operate going forward as a commission and an agency. I'm mindful of the governor's order and also mindful of the fact that despite standing up some efforts, we really haven't achieved the reduction in greenhouse gas that we have committed to. So I think it's important that that be reflected, the goal be reflected in all of our actions going forward. And more of also a comment or a question to the commission is, if this truly is a multi-agency effort, should we as a commission be reaching out to the other agency commissions and working collectively, either through some joint meetings or maybe a work group comprised of members of each of the agency commissions, so that we really are coordinated at a statewide level. So throw that out for discussion. I don't have any formulated plan how that would look, but something that we should think about as a commission, and then also with input from our staff.
So maybe Chair Van Brocklin, if you don't mind helping me on the response to this. So for the multi-agency work, there was a work group of agency directors and representatives from each commission that participated in identifying the actions within the Every Mile Counts initiative. So Chair Van Brocklin participated in some of those conversations. And I know certainly the question has come up from a continued basis, and I think a long-term strategy and vision basis. How do we make sure that we're engaging that leadership and coordinating across different agencies?
Yeah, I would just add to that we have been meeting. Essentially, it's the commission chairs and the directors. That's been going on for several months and has led to this first phase of interagency work and recommendations that are going forward to the governor. I do think we need to have a conversation among that group and also at the commission about continuing that effort. I think it's been a good beginning, but I think we need to make sure that it's not, we're not doing it just to respond to the governor's initial request of us as a group of agencies, that those agencies being DEQ, Energy, Land Conservation and Development, and ODOT, ODOT/OTC. But I think we have established some good initial working relationships and beginning to get out on the table a number of things that we're jointly interested in pursuing together. So I think we have the beginnings of what you're describing, Commissioner Smith, well underway. I guess I would also like maybe Director Strickler to comment for a second, because we have within that effort we've had subgroup meetings of the directors themselves. We've had subgroup meetings of the staff, in our case led by Amanda, but we've also had commission chair discussions, and so I think we're exploring ways to make that work more effectively in longer term, but I think we need to reach a conclusion about what that looks like. And I would just say I'm encouraged by the quality of those conversations and the breadth of them, and I think we're all aware that there are things we need to be coordinating on that historically the agencies have not coordinated on. So that would be my response. I don't know if Director Strickler wants to add anything from his participation. I've been in most of the meetings. I think he's been in all of them. So,
yeah,
Sure, I'd be happy to, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Stith, directly to your question really is, I think, just what is our cadence of interaction? So I think that goes with a couple of things. One, we are certainly meeting as directors of the 4 agencies as described. We're also meeting with the chairs of each of the commissions for those that have commissions as part of kind of an ongoing coordination effort to really work towards implementation of that STS plan. But we're also making commitments to each other about what that means as far as each of our commission interaction coming back to tables like this. So what you see in the climate update is more than just the introduction and then not seeing Amanda again. We're making commitments at this point to continue this dialogue in this way so that we can continue these kind of ongoing interactions. To your point about what the commission interactions might be amongst each of the commission, maybe as a formal body or a combined formal body, or even individual connections to make sure that there's alignment there at the commission level as well. I would certainly leave that to the will of the commission, but at this point, I think any conversation is a good conversation to maintain that coordinated effort. And so I've seen the conversations being really productive and valuable and helpful. And I think that we have alignment around each of the 4 agencies, and I think there's clearly work in front of us. So I think your points are very well taken, and I think that is the right level of conversation for our commission here to say, how do we want to continue to engage on these efforts? Because the Climate Office and Amanda's face will be in front of you very, very frequently.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the responses.
And we will, as a commission, have a conversation about this. I'd like to get with the chairs of the other commissions. As Chris mentioned, in the case of energy, don't really have a commission that they're really the staff for the Oregon Public Utility Commission. So it's a little different there, but to get kind of a joint idea about how we might move forward with all 3 of the commissions and with the senior staff at Energy to see if we can develop some kind of maybe periodic joint sessions where we talk about these things. I think the point is well taken. We are underway. We're not at 0, but we're not where we want to be, and we're working on it. So appreciate the question. So, Commissioner Simpson?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to add one quick thing, and that is in our coordinated efforts that we've been having with the directors around the table, we have discussed the possibility of a resolution that is worded as such to contribute to kind of the ongoing coordination and the commitment that each of the commissions and agencies will have to this work effort. So again, not just specific to the STS, not just specific to the executive order, although those would be clearly mentioned within any resolution that would be considered by the commission here, of course, but just the ongoing commitment of the agencies and the commissions collectively to say we have to make a positive impact on our decisions for the environment.
And those have been reviewed by both the directors and the commission chairs. And once we get alignment on what that should say, we're planning to bring those back to our respective commissions for discussion. So we would need to approve it as a commission. So I want to make sure we get to Commissioner Simpson here before our break. Commissioner Simpson. I think there we go.
Thank you, sir. And thanks, Amanda, for this presentation. Obviously, well-deserved in terms of your role leading this office and this initiative. I'm super excited about what we end up coming out with your leadership. So I just wanted to put that on the record for everybody. I know I've probably already told you that a couple of times, but I just wanted to let everybody else know what my sentiments are about you leading this office. I was curious about whether or not if you knew anything related to tree canopy over highway systems. I know it's pretty common in some of our rural communities, and I didn't know if there was something that hindered the ability to have tree canopies on the interstate system, maybe because it's USDOT, in a lot of ways, oversight on that. But I'm just curious about that because I feel like there's an opportunity if we're talking about 20, 30 years from now, minimizing GHGs, and that can be one important element, as I talked to you about before, which is heat island effect and how that essentially interacts and impacts emissions and greenhouse gases to that, which essentially plays a big role in making up 40% of the transportation sector, accounting for those GHGs. So that was my first question, if you had any thoughts about that.
Sure. Well, thank you for the compliments. Again, I'm humbled by the opportunity and very excited for what we do moving forward. And then as to your question about the tree canopy and I think carbon sequestration overall, I think we have an opportunity to look at our vegetation across the system, but we of course have to balance that with our maintenance needs and the potential for tree fall and debris and some of those kinds of factors as we make those considerations. So something to keep in mind as we move forward. Haven't necessarily explored that much yet.
Appreciate it. And then back to what everybody else was talking about, Commissioner Smith, Chair Van Brocklin, just about our interactions and partnerships with the other state agencies. I just want to make sure that we are cognizant of the role. Real big role that land use plays on this, and the role it's played historically leading up to today, which has essentially led to the transportation sector accounting for 40%. It's been a consequence, I believe, of land use, and I think that's going to be a really important story that the Climate Office kind of conveys to the broader public, even starting back with the 1956 Highway Act and what that meant and how development and sprawl started, but how obviously a lot of people in the metro region focus on maintaining density and not allowing that sprawl to just go wild. I still think there's a story that needs to be told there as it relates to the role land use has played, because there is an opportunity for us as we're talking about the future in minimizing GHGs and trying to salvage whatever we have left in the livability of our climate, to start thinking broadly from a statewide perspective of how we do land use, and how we do land use and how we do transportation planning around zoning and development that can foster sustainable futures and communities. So I just wanted to put that out there, because I think that's super important, because I think right now a lot of the negative attention and stigma around climate is heavily directed at transportation, but people would not have to rely on fossil fuel single occupancy vehicles driving from one place to another if we had more comprehensive land use planning and development take into account the entire picture.
So if I may add to that one, Commissioner Simpson, I think one of our closest partnerships with the state agencies is with the Department of Land Conservation and Development, because we recognize that transportation land use interaction. And I'd be happy to share with the Commission the Department of Land Conservation and Development's response to the executive order, as they also are looking at ways within land use decisions and regulations and partnering with housing that they help address the issues that you're bringing up.
I think that's a good idea, Amanda. I appreciate that you work with Jess McGraw to circulate that to the Commission. I would also mention that just to underscore that we are really making efforts intergovernmentally and interagency-wise, that Amanda was before the Land Conservation Development Commission last week, last Friday, I think, talking about these issues. So we are having good cooperation at multiple levels, and that needs to continue. I agree with Commissioner Simpson's comments. So I just want to make a couple of brief comments before we break. Michelle, could you go back in the slides to that gap slide? You can go back several slides. It was further back. It shows, there you go. It was that one. Nope, you're the other direction. You went past it a couple slides ago. That was the one, previous one. Mitigation. So I guess my first comment is on this slide, which is, I mean, I'm obviously concerned about the blip, but I'm more concerned about the gap. And I think we're, you know, while we're making, other than the blip, which I hope is just a blip, we're making, our projections are that we're begin to see contribution to, over the coming years, to some reduction in GHG. I think the challenge here, and the reason this is, I think, an important slide to focus on, is that obviously under this trend line, we still have a widening gyre between goal and even if you adjust the goal to 60% or 50%, we're not hitting even that level under this projection. So that leads to me to the urgency of this, and that we really need to be making efforts that get us moving in a more dramatic reduction. And that then goes, and I'm going to ask you to just do this one more time, Michelle. If you can go forward now a few slides. There's a slide on, next one, this one. To me, that the slide we just looked at compels us to be, as I said, urgent and identifying things we can do in the shorter term. For example, the executive order talks about a plan on electrification and on developing a screen for a STIP that looks through a GHG lens on the STIP, and to have that completed by next year. I think we should try and move that date up. I mean, that's an outside date. I think we should try and move that date up. And I said this to you, Amanda. I think we should try and move forward, or at least have some interim rule that allows us to begin to implement, even if it's not a full implementation. But this midterm list to me is critical, because I think we need to begin to identify things we can do in the shorter term, so we're actually acting and making progress. And I don't think we have. I think we need to be continuously moving forward on what we're going to do and when we're going to do it, and make sure that we're. If there are things that are going to take planning that takes us out a year or 18 months, and that's as soon as they can actually be put in, can effectuate those, that's fine. But I'm confident there are things we can be doing in the shorter term. So this midterm list really interests me. And you and I talked as recently as yesterday, Amanda, that I would really like to see us have a set of actions that are nearer term while we work on the longer term actions. As you mentioned, the STS has been in existence for a number of years, and we approved it a few years ago. So I think we need to continue to work to ensure that we're doing the things we can do to move forward with, I would say, a heightened sense of urgency on doing the things we can do as soon as we can do them. Recognizing we can't do everything immediately, but I think we can do more than we have historically been doing, and we should look for opportunities to really make a meaningful difference in the trajectory of that line. So we're getting, we are actually making progress on goal. So that's my comment, and I think to do that, as the director mentioned, we're going to need to be seeing a lot of you and having a lot of interaction on these subjects. And I look forward to that. And let me end with, and now buried the lead, Amanda, but let me end with what ought to be the lead thing, which is congratulations on your appointment. And we look forward to your leadership on this and to working with you. So
thank you very much.
If there are other questions or comments for Amanda today, going to have many other occasions to talk to her about this stuff in commission meetings and between commission meetings. Okay, so thank you very much. We're at 10:32 on my computer, so let's take a break to 10:45. That should give people a chance to do whatever they need to do, return a call, check their messages, etc. We'll reconvene at 10:45 and hear from the Urban Mobility Panel, and then go into our final item, which is to look at the draft priorities and goals for the strategic plan. So we're on break till 10:45.
Mr. Finn,
Good morning.
how clear am I to you on the audio?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir. How about me? Check, check.
Just wanted to
Am I
check.
good? All right. Yes.
Sound check, Brendan? Good.
Got you, Dellen.
All righty.
And sound check for Megan. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Awesome.
Sound check.
Loud and clear.
Sound check for Lucinda. Can you hear me?
Lucinda, we got you there too. Sound good.
Hey, Brendan, I'm not sure what you think, but your face might be a lot better if you go on the other side of that desk.
Yeah,
You might get distracted, but you're pretty dark there. More better. There's your bright shining face.
Good morning, Lucinda. I think you're on mute.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Project Director Channel, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. How are you doing?
Fine. Good to see you. Boy, this is
Nice
a
to see you
juggernaut
too.
panel here. Look at this. Wow. Deputy Director Mosier, good to see you.
Good morning, Chair. Happy
morning.
Wednesday.
Same to you. And Director Finn, good to have you in the room.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Greetings from Region 1.
Greetings indeed. So I think we're just about ready to get going again. It's 10:45 by my clock. Do we have the commission here? Orlando, are you?
Commissioner Smith is here.
Commissioner Smith is here. Great. Welcome back, Sharon.
I'm here as well, Chair.
Okay.
Commissioner Callery is here.
Commissioner Callery, Vice Chair Simpson. Great. And is the director here?
I am here, sir.
Fantastic. All right. So we're going to reconvene. And our next panel is, again, in a new office that we just heard from our climate office. That's a brand new office. Now we'll be hearing from our urban mobility office, which houses our mega project group, including the Rose Quarter project, which we have the project director with us, project director Channel, and then Director Finn and Director Broussard and Deputy Director Mosier. So, Brendan, I'll let you kick it off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Appreciate the commission making some time for us. Very happy to be here, excited about it. We're going to quickly go through a presentation here, probably about 10 minutes, between 10 and 15 minutes. We want to leave some ample time for questions with the commission. So again, just for the record, I know we just did intros, but I'm Brendan Finn, Director of the Urban Mobility Office. Incredibly pleased to be joined by the leadership of the office, Deputy Director Della Mosier, Toll Program Director Lucinda Broussard, and the Rose Quarter Project Director Megan Channel. This is the first of our periodic updates to the Commission of the Urban Mobility Office, where you can see our new tagline there, "The process is the project." That tagline will make more sense as we get into our presentation. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, the Commission's creation of the Urban Mobility Office signaled ODOT's commitment to addressing congestion on all fronts and instituting a new way of doing business on all these mega projects with a lens of social equity, climate, and economic growth. This is the approach we're taking to our 4 largest programs. Michelle, if you wouldn't mind giving us to the next slide, please. So I'll start off by giving kind of an overall glimpse of the timing and integration of these programs. These include the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project, the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project, or IBR, as coined by Governor Brown, the I-205 Abernathy and Seismic Improvement Project, and the tolling and congestion pricing programs on I-205 and I-5. While this might look like a list of individual programs, they are not to be taken in isolation. They are the components of the Commission's integrated approach to addressing congestion and increasing mobility in the Portland metro region. This programmatic effort stresses the infusion of innovation and collaboration. We'll now get into a brief update on each of these. Michelle, next slide, please. The Interstate Bridge Replacement Project. To provide a quick orientation for the Commission, this effort was kicked off by Oregon Governor Kate Brown and Washington Governor Jay Inslee last November by the signing of a memorandum of intent which established the initial actions and values to move the project forward. The Commission took action at your meeting in Ashland last August by providing the resources and direction to the agency to engage with our partners on the other side of the river at WashDOT. Next slide, please. This effort has started in earnest with the convening of the IBR bi-state partner agencies in early March. These are the parties, as you can see on your screen, that have a direct role in any future improvements due to their position as owners or operators within the bridge corridor. Together, these partners are assisting WashDOT and ODOT to determine how best to engage a wide variety of stakeholders as we begin with just these core partners to ensure the regional input and guidance is included in the program. Another item that's recently happened that's of note is the issuance of the General Engineering Consultant Solicitation, which was released last Wednesday. This is a significant step to support the DOTs as the program moves forward to its next stage of development. As I'm sure the Commission is aware, this project will play a critical role in connecting ODOT's other programs, including how we utilize our toll and congestion pricing program. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to the Toll Program Director, Lucinda Broussard. Lucinda, good morning.
Vice Chair, Chair, and Commissioners, again, for the record, I'm Lucinda Broussard, the Toll Program Director. Please advance to the next slide. On your direction, we have set up the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee to advise this commission and ODOT on strategies for the I-5 and the I-205 toll projects in connection with the NEPA process. They will offer guidance in solving problems with the regional transportation network and work to benefit historically and currently underserved and underrepresented communities. Putting together the committee has been a collaborative experience. We worked with our regional partners, the counties along the project corridors, county coordinating committees, community-based organization, local agencies, along with transit and rideshare agencies, and the cities of Vancouver and Portland to identify 12 of the 15 members who had experience in equity and mobility. For the additional 3 members at large, we received more than 40 applications, and our project team reviewed them based on the application criteria using a lens for equity and diversity. It's interesting because when we're talking about equity and diversity and how we're looking at it, we have a table now that's set with people that have perspectives from many of those things that we talk about: seniors, racial, economic, transit, rideshare. I think we have we're setting a great table for what we're trying to do with the EMAC. In addition, we brought in Christine Moses. She's going to be our facilitator, and Vice Chair Simpson will serve as our liaison. We'll have a virtual reception this evening, and our first meeting will be June 29th. We're excited and looking forward to their involvement in the toll program. The committee, as I mentioned, will work in tandem with the NEPA process for both the I-205 and also through the I-5 NEPA processes. The I-5 is a special case. There are no other examples of tolling all lanes on an interstate with no additional capacity in an effort to manage demand in the nation. It is the purest form of congestion management. We're going to be at the forefront, and there's a lot of work ahead of the formal NEPA process for us to complete to get this right. This summer, we'll start a pre-NEPA process, which will refine the analysis gathered during the value pricing feasibility analysis. This information will be used during the formal NEPA process we hope to start in 2022. Our goal is a toll system that is cohesive and seamless to use. Please advance to slide 6. In anticipation of starting the NEPA process for I-205, we launched a travel preference survey on March 12th to understand potential travelers' response to a toll. We asked a few questions, but I'll just give you a couple of the ones that we asked. On your most recent trip, did you experience any congestion? And then we asked, do you use alternative routes? Well, the week before the governor's executive order 2012, Stay Safe, Stay Home, Stay Alive, the survey generated more than 500 responses. Total responses received were 1,300. I'm going to answer the 2 questions that I gave you as our example. Did you experience any congestion? 60% of the people said they did not. And then the other question was, do you use alternative routes? 39% of the people said they do. We believe this provides valuable insights into traffic patterns before and after the onset of this pandemic for travelers. So we realized that what we would have received would have been different. There was congestion out there all the time before, but this shows what a pandemic can do to traffic. So we kept the survey going. We are anticipating conducting the survey again, hopefully this fall, and those results of that data set will be used towards the NEPA process. In addition to conducting the survey, we also went out and talked to our regional partners and stakeholders in advance of receiving an environmental assessment classification from Federal Highway Administration. We wanted to hear their concerns. What we heard was we need to be transparent, there needs to be equity in what we do, and then how will these tolls work anyway? They're kind of the common themes that we heard. With this information, the novelty of tolling in the state and the environmental assessment classification, We believe the best way to address concerns is by conducting an enhanced environmental assessment. The enhanced EA is a robust stakeholder engagement. Public engagement includes online open houses, community engagements. We're also going to be intentional to outreach, to provide outreach to people of color and people with limited English proficiency. We actually are using something, we have this group that we call our community engagement liaisons. They're actually connecting with their sphere of influence using the technology that works best for them. And they're able to generate conversations and gather comments regarding tolling. We've also implemented 2 regional working groups to discuss, review, and provide comments to our work. One question we hear often is, what about diversion? How will this impact our city streets and neighborhoods? We know diversion is happening now. What we're trying to determine is what and where are the impacts that tolling will bring, even the percentage difference of what strategies we can employ to lessen that impact. Our regional modeling group is analyzing this as they look at the different alternatives based on our 2 objectives, revenue generation and managing demand. They're looking specifically where to place the toll gantries and their impact, and also what the range of tolls should be. In July, the group will meet. We'll release not only our findings thus far, but the data and the model results for the tolling scenarios tested to meet the dual objectives. We also have a regional transit multimodal group. It was convened under the same premise as the regional modeling group to collaborate, be inclusive, and work together as we move towards implementing tolls on 205. There is more work we all have ahead of us. It's also important to keep abreast of roadway design and construction, and Della will be providing this update.
Thank you, Lucinda. For the record, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, my name is Della Mosier, and I have the pleasure to serve as the Deputy Director of the Urban Mobility Office. Please advance to slide 7. I will continue on the topic of I-205 with an update on the design and construction phases for the I-205 Stafford Road to OR 213 project, commonly known as the I-205 Abernathy Bridge project. As the Commission is aware, this project was included in the House Bill 2017 legislation to bring seismic resiliency and operational improvements to the I-205 corridor in the vicinity of the Abernathy Bridge. The design for Phase 1 and Phase 2 that you see here has been fully funded, with delivery of 60% design plans for Phase 1 in August of 2020. 60% design plans for Phase 2 will be delivered by the end of the year. As I mentioned, the design phases are fully funded. However, we have yet to identify funds for construction of Phases 1 and 2. We continue to work to identify funds from all possible sources, including federal and state funding opportunities, leveraging our local partnerships, and as Lucinda mentioned, through toll revenue. Please advance to slide 8. I would be remiss if I did not mention one portion of the project that is funded for construction, the real-time signs project. These near-term improvements to the I-205 corridor are estimated to cost around $5 million. The real-time signs project is currently in construction and is expected to be completed by this fall. The new signs in I-205 are a key addition to the system-wide real-time sign network that currently exists on several roads and highways in the Portland metro area. And with that, I will turn to Megan for an update on the I-5 Rose Quarter project.
Thanks, Della. And good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Megan Channel, the Rose Quarter Project Director, here to provide you with an update on the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project. And if we could go to slide number 9, the next slide, that'd be great, please. All right. So Commissioners, based on your direction to continue our collaboration with partners in the community in moving the project forward, I'm excited to share that ODOT's in the process of bringing on another key member of our project team, the CMGC contractor. And in fact, the contractor proposals are due tomorrow. The contractor will join us during the design phase and the pre-construction phase and bring the added discipline on optimizing our design, managing risk, and identifying cost and schedule saving opportunities. Initiating our work with the CMGC contractor also represents a significant step towards implementing the project's Disadvantaged Business Enterprise program, along with the Workforce program, with the intent of maximizing opportunities for DBEs, or Disadvantaged Business Enterprises, and small businesses through the effort. We worked very closely with the minority contracting community to understand the contracting challenges that they face and how we can take steps to be more proactive in doing business differently to increase DBE and small business opportunities and also help build the pipeline of increased capacity. And so the CMGC specifications that are out now as part of this proposal were developed with this community input in mind. And we're excited to report that we have a DBE goal range established for the project of 18 to 22%. And this is significant. It's a higher range than what we typically see for projects of this scale, demonstrating our intention and focus in this area. In addition to the proposal and procurement that's out right now, we've also made progress on a number of the items that you directed related to project governance and the technical analysis. So I'll start quickly with the project governance. And first and foremost, I want to thank Vice Chair Simpson for chairing our first Executive Steering Committee meeting this past Friday on May 22nd. Under his leadership, there was a focused conversation on the project values to help guide our outcome-based project approach. And the values that were discussed really carry forward those that you as a commission have articulated to us previously, including a focus on restorative justice, transparent decision-making, community engagement, multimodal mobility, as well as environmental and economic progress. And per your direction, Brendan and I are also working with our project partners to develop a letter of understanding. And this letter of understanding is really intended to define how we leverage the partners' collective expertise in areas of focus to realize community and redevelopment opportunities for the broader Albina community, and how the project can serve as a catalyst for these. And the final part of my update today just relates to the technical analysis that you've requested of the project team as well. So I'll start with the highway cover evaluation. So we are initiating the independent highway cover evaluation, and this effort will explore the design options for the highway covers based on the project values that are established by the Executive Steering Committee and community engagement to date. And our partners from the city, Metro, and Albina Vision Trust will be working very closely with us to help shape this work, and we anticipate it kicking off early next month. And in addition, we also have the environmental peer review that is actively underway, and again, focused on your direction to assess the project's air quality, greenhouse gas, and noise technical studies. So we've convened a panel of national experts. The experts include and represent individuals from the private and public sector, ranging from federal to local agency representation, again, in the air quality, greenhouse gas, and noise technical areas of expertise. The peer review was really another opportunity for our enhanced partner collaboration, and specifically I want to thank the city, Metro, and Portland Public Schools for joining us for the peer review effort. Their participation and direct interaction really helped the panel understand some of the key interests and concerns needed to address in their review. So the panel will be submitting a final report to us by early June, so just in the coming weeks. And we're really looking forward to seeing this report, as it's going to include a number of recommendations on how we can further our environmental commitments related to the project, specifically on meeting air quality and climate goals. So this information from the peer review will also inform the environmental assessments, which we're actively working on with the Federal Highway Administration per your request as well. So that concludes my brief update this morning. So I'll transition back to Della for one design opportunity that we're also exploring as part of the I-5 Rose Corridor Improvement Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Again, for the record, Mr. Chair, Della Mosier speaking. Please advance to slide 10. One last exciting item we would like to update the Commission on today is bus on shoulder opportunities within the I-5 Rose Corridor project. Under direction from the Urban Mobility Office, the Rose Corridor consultant team has been looking into opportunities to include bus on shoulder within the larger project. We've been working closely with TriMet and C-Tran on this concept and have initially identified some existing routes that are in alignment with the proposed concept, especially C-Tran routes. A lot more due diligence work is ahead of us, but this is one example of how the Urban Mobility Office continues to look for ways to support additional modes on mega projects like the I-5 Rose Quarter. With that, I'd like to turn it back to the Office Director, Brendan Fenn, to close us out.
Great. Well, thank you, Della. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, appreciate the time this morning. We hope this brief update really signals to you the spirit of which we're embracing this work at your direction, meeting the values and the guidance that you provided to us. We look forward to many more of these as they move forward. The next one is going to be more of a workshop on tolling that we'll do in July. So we look forward to really digging in deep on that item in particular. So with that, you can go to our thank you slide, Michelle. And Mr. Chair, we'd like to open it up to obviously any comments, questions, criticisms. We're open to it all from you and your colleagues. And thank you for your time.
Bobby, you're on mute.
Sorry. So again, I want to thank the four of you for a great presentation. Thank you, Orlando, for getting me off mute. I thought it was a great presentation, a lot of information, a lot of activity occurring on multiple fronts as we expected would be the case. And so congratulations on initiating the processes you have and getting us making progress on multiple fronts. So with that, I think I'll turn to the commission members to see if they have questions or comments. Any questions or comments?
I have one quick one. Can everybody hear me?
Vice Chair Simpson, I can hear you. You're not on mute, unlike myself.
Well, good. Team, thanks for the presentation. One of the quick things I wanted to highlight, I think it kind of got skipped over just in case the other commissioners weren't aware. That last slide that Della was presenting on related to bus on shoulder, transit was one of the main desires in terms of interest from the value pricing committee that I chaired with Commissioner O'Halloran. And so that wasn't just something that staff is presenting. That was something that came from a broad group of stakeholders, which actually Brendan participated in as well in his previous life. But that was one of the really important elements in terms of transportation options and essentially an incentive to kind of move forward with options around pricing the I-5 corridor. I just wanted to make sure that people understood the history to that. I was I wanted to bring this back up because I don't know if there's another opportunity for it. But while I have the mic right now, on our ESC meeting that we had just recently, I had put something out there just for folks to even consider for the future as we talk about our transportation system and our climate challenges and our equity hurdles and our housing discrepancies and our active transportation lack thereof, and to really start thinking bigger and broader about from our Rose Quarter project as it leads its way all the way up to our interstate replacement project, and how we shouldn't solely, now people are going to get uneasy and a little a little sensitive here because this spells out a lot of money, but the reality is that there's no way we can solve any of our issues without money. And so if we are going to invest money and resources for our future to achieve all of these areas that are becoming big hurdles for us, I really think we should be thinking bigger and broader. I would hope this group is thinking bigger and broader around how we potentially could cap the entire I-5 area from Rose Quarter all the way up to the bridge. that hasn't been broadly conveyed or even really considered. But I encourage the ESC group to really start thinking hard and heavy about that, because I think we could achieve a multitude of outcomes if we're looking long term around how we kind of implement something like that. And just for the good of the order, like, could you imagine us having a conversation around climate change when all of those emissions are capped within essentially a tunnel, and then all of those emissions are being used and captured for a renewable energy system? How everything above a cap could essentially become new land for housing, new land for green space, for parks, for active transportation. And then you're looking at a connected network where you're actually pulling in the Columbia River all the way down to the central city, while achieving as I'd indicated before, a host of challenges that we face today. And it just becomes an opportunity for us to start addressing some of those challenges we have today for our future. And so I just wanted to be transparent with the rest of the commission, as well as the rest of ODOT staff, because I think it's something we definitely shouldn't totally just neglect, and really lean into and see what is the likelihood or probability, or even the schedule of what something like that would take to implement and install. And furthermore, obviously that's just one segment of the system, but ultimately, as we've talked about, as long as fossil fuel energy is going to continue to be a resource and we have emissions, the only way we can really mitigate that, other than land use, as I talked about earlier, would be to try to suppress those emissions, and suppressing them through the form of caps. So I just wanted to let you guys know those were my thoughts on that last week that I had thrown out to the ESC, because I think we have bigger fish to fry, because this is not going to be our only big urban development, restorative justice, transportation project all in one that I think we could be involved in as an agency.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good comments. I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for chairing the ESC, and also for your role on the EMAC. I am playing a similar role on the Region 1 Act, vis-a-vis tolling, as our liaison to that group. So at any rate, thanks for your comments, and thanks for your leadership. Other members of the commission, questions or comments? I guess I just have one, which is, and this is premature for now, but as we move forward on all of this work, at some point, and I think you have the beginnings of it in some of the slides you've got, but I think and it's hard at this stage because we're in a lot of process right now, but to get at some point, some kind of document which gives us some timing parameters on some of this work in terms of how long we think we'll be in a given phase before we move to the next phase. And I know that as we get into detailed presentations, we'll be getting that. But I think that's important for us as we're looking at other things that we've even talked about today, like budget and fiscal condition and potential revenue sources, and a range of things that aren't really project specific, but they have implications for projects, and just to understand on some kind of time schedule when things are going to be occurring. That kind of visualization is, for me at least, very helpful to get a better understanding of what is going to happen when, and how various things relate to other things, in order to think about kind of the whole system and the agency as a whole. I'm sure there are a number of you and others at the department, as well as my colleagues on the commission, who would benefit from having that kind of a tool at some point on the projects you're working on. So bear that in mind as just at this point, a suggestion to think about. And it may be that it's more than one document, although I do like the idea of do like the idea of an urban mobility schedule. And the last thing I want to say is I want to reinforce something that Director Finn said at the beginning, which is we are trying in the Portland metro area and really throughout the entire state, we're trying to build systems here with respect to Portland metro area congestion. We really are trying to think about this as a system and how the entire system would work. I think the way the projects came out of the bill and the way they've kind of germinated, we've had a lot of discussion about them as isolated pieces, unconnected. Not a lot of discussion about connection, a lot of discussion about there's the Rose Quarter project, and then over here there's the Abernathy Bridge project, and over here there's this project. But it really is ultimately, as Brendan said eloquently, it is one system, and it requires thinking about the whole system in terms of what kind of service level we're able to provide system-wide. And so I would encourage you to continue to think about it in that way and communicate with people about it in that way, so that we are looking at this as a system-wide issue that we're providing a system-wide solution to. So thanks again for your presentation, and it's great, well practiced, and well performed. So thank you for the obvious time you put into putting it together. Okay. So I think we will move on, unless there's any other comments. We will move on to our what will be our final topic of the day, which is to pick up on the priorities and goals elements of the strategic plan we're in the initial stages of developing. This is an important project, and I sent the commissioners yesterday 2 documents that I'd like to work from today. This is really focused on the priorities and the goals of the 2020-2022 strategic plan. The plan, as envisioned, would have 3 elements. It would have a short list of priorities, under which there would be a set of goals. Those are by nature general and high-level statements, and relatively brief, which then leads everyone to ask, well, where's the beef? Where's the specifics? The specifics will consist of an implementation plan, and that plan will be developed after we have the priorities and goals established, at least approved initially, although we may circle back to the priorities and goals once we see the implementation plan to make tweaks. The timeline on that is to try and get through the priorities and goals discussion today and in July, and to approve the priorities and goals in July or August. And I would hope that we could get close to, at least conceptually, what the priorities would be today in the discussion we're about to have, so that we can provide direction to the department to begin to work on some of the preliminary work that we'll do that goes in ultimately to the implementation plan. So the 2 documents, turning to that for just a minute, we had a document in front of us 2 weeks ago. Director Strickler and I convened a small group to look at those in order to keep the ball moving on this and see if we couldn't refine those and provide the commission with an updated draft. These are just suggestions. The commission can go other ways, but we spent quite a bit of time last week, and by we, I mean I asked Commissioner Smith to be involved in this, and then the director and the 4 assistant directors and the OTC Chief of Staff, Jess McGraw, and we went through the draft that was in front of you 2 weeks ago and looked as to whether we could improve it. I think we did improve it, at least in concept. Obviously, we didn't. We're just offering ideas here, proposals. We don't. That group didn't have obviously the power to approve anything. So what you have in front of you is a clean version of that kind of updated draft. And a red line version, because I thought it's important for you to see what changes we made, and the entire group felt this way, to see what kind of changes that we proposed be made, and so that you know what was there before 2 weeks ago and what is still there if you prefer. But we tried to make the priorities shorter, more plain spoken, high level. Some of the things we had in the initial priorities statements we thought might go better down below in the goals. So I'd like to work from this document. It's actually these two documents, but it's the red line version of it and the clean version of it. And just, I propose we just walk through it and have a discussion about it. The order I'd like to do that in is to talk about the priorities first and then come back around to the goals. Because at minimum, I'd like to get either a preliminary approval or approve in concept the priorities. I don't think we need to do that with the goals. That can wait until July. But I would like to start with the priorities and see if we can get general agreement on the priorities so that the department can move some of its early stage implementation work along concurrent with our continue to look at the priorities and the goals. The timing on the, as I said, on the priorities and the goals begins now, and hopefully we get through them by July, August at the latest, and hopefully have an implementation plan in front of us by October. But there's a lot of work to do on that plan. The more time we give the department, the better. So that's my opening on this, and I'd like to start with a discussion of the priorities, which are shown at the top of page 1.
Mr. Chair? Mr.
Yes.
Chair?
Commissioner
This
Smith.
is Commissioner Smith. Is there a way for the public to be able to see these as we discuss them?
They've been posted to the as documents that those that are viewing this and listen to it can access. That was done
okay.
yesterday,
I just
so.
didn't see it on the screen there.
Yeah. I don't know if they can put it up on the screen, but I know that it can be accessed. So Michelle, that's a question. I guess I would want to put the red line version up so people could see the changes from the document from 2 weeks ago.
Hi, Terry. This is Michelle here. I will get that up for you guys in just 1 moment.
Okay.
The red line document?
Yeah, I think the red line is a little more complicated to read, but I want to make sure that we can talk through what we did, and I think the best way to talk through what we did is to have the red line version up there.
Perfect.
And I would specifically like us to start with priority, the first priority, modern transportation system.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I can take a moment while that's coming up just to provide just a little context piece for what the agency is working on to help answer any questions that may come up through your process of deliberation.
Sure.
Which one did you say, priority?
So, Michelle, if you just page down a little bit, you'll get to that first, there, right there. Just stop there. Okay, Chris, please, your comments.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, Mr. Chair, and members of the commission. So what you've seen today and actually in the starting conversation on May 14th is an attempt to pull all of the information together and recognize that we need to have an understanding of our financial backdrop and our financial position. We need to continue efforts going forward, so that's why you saw the agency request budget information. So some things will continue as we go forward with this work effort. You could anticipate probably the most obvious question, that is, well, geez, in a budget crisis, should you really be embarking on a conversation around priorities? I'd submit that that's exactly the reason why you would have a conversation around priorities, because you want to narrow your focus on the things that are absolute utmost priority for the agency and for the commission. You want to align those efforts so that we can bring some efficiency into that. So that's what we've attempted to do to help contribute to the conversation for your deliberation today. To your earlier comment, the agency has a significant amount of work embedded, not just in what you see before you, but what will be ongoing based upon your decisions as you go forward. So the 3 priority areas, and to the extent that there's comfort there, or if there's more, clearly that needs to be a conversation for the commission. But then the follow-on work that comes out of that really is, how does the agency help generate measures and bring things back so that you can see the actual tangible work products that would come out of this, and that speaks to your implementation plan. Implementation plan comments from before. So all of these things dovetail together very, very nicely, and then you start to see some of the organizational efforts that we've been embarking on since the November, December, and January timeframe, really aligning with some of these priorities as well, whether that's our assistant director organizational structure, or even the 2 updates that you just saw, the climate update and the urban mobility office update. The urban mobility office update is kind of that starting point into your comments, Mr. Chair, about a comprehensive congestion management strategy as opposed to a single project at a time, right? How do we fold all of these pieces together? So all of this is with intent. And I'm really looking forward to the conversation today, and we have each of the assistant directors on to be able to answer any questions as they come up. And I promised earlier I'd be brief, so that's it for me. I just say this is clearly your time to kind of walk through and land on where you see the priorities, but we really do want that combined priority effort between the agency and the commission so that we can streamline and march forward to get some of those tangible outcomes that you've been looking for. So thank you for that.
So thank you, Mr. Director. I would just echo that a lot of work has gone into this in terms of the agency leadership, particularly the director and 4 assistant directors, putting a lot of time and effort into thinking on this. And I have been involved in a lot of those discussions with the director, and a couple with the director and the assistant directors, in an effort to try and get something that is implementable, which is my ultimate test on this. We can have a plan that we all like and reads great, and if we don't implement it, it's not very helpful. So we need a plan we can implement. That means we have to have, from the beginning, a coordination with the agency and work with them on this, rather than a top-down piece that may not take into consideration things the agency is facing that we don't have a window into unless we're working in a very collaborative way. So I've tried to emphasize that, and so has the director, that we'll be working on this together. So thank you for those comments. And I'd just like to go now to the priorities, and we'll start with this first one. And I'll just make a couple of opening comments, and then others can comment. So on this one, again, we wanted a somewhat higher level, a somewhat shorter statement. We took out OTC and ODOT. We really didn't think it was necessary, and we did that throughout these. We added the word operate because we think operations are very important. We tried to, we had further conversation in the last clause about carbon reduction, GHG reduction versus climate change. We ultimately concluded climate change was the best phrase here. And we also wanted to include an economic concept. So we added from the agency's goals and objectives, this phrase that we've had in place for many years at ODOT, help Oregon communities and economies thrive. Those were the principal changes. If you look at the clean version, which I also sent you, you can just read it the way it would sit if we all agreed to the revisions. And I do think it improves it. In a couple of cases, we had things like multimodal, which you'll see is struck because we included it immediately below. It's actually included in the first goal. So we thought it fit better there. So I'll stop there and let others comment. And I want to, again, just focus on the priority. We get into the goals later, but I want to go through these 3 priorities so at least we maybe get to closure on priorities today. So are there questions on this? Concerns about the way it would read now?
This is Commissioner Callery. I very much agree with the idea that less is more when you're looking at setting priorities. On the first one, I think it's good, but if you look at it from a standpoint of an overall transportation system, I would like to see the word multimodal put back in that first one where it says modern transportation system. I think there are too many people, especially in their rural areas, that only think of the transportation system in terms of the highway system. And I think that it's critical that we build that understanding that multimodal is where we need to be. And it's got to be integrated. And I think that first statement does that quite well. Has to be sold to a better level, higher level.
So, Commissioner, you would be adding the word multimodal after modern, comma, operating modern, comma, multimodal transportation system?
Yes, sir.
Is that the proposal? Okay. Certainly don't disagree at all with your point about multi-mobility, and that's not just a Portland Metro issue. It's an issue in Salem, Eugene, Bend, Medford, all over the state, and actually many, many other places. And I think we've seen that as we start to implement the SPIF program and the transit funding that we've now put in place, and we've spent almost $300 million last year on transit all over the state, from very large systems to very small systems. So I certainly, and that's not even including bike and PED and all the other ways in which we are a multimodal system throughout the state and communities all over the state.
Right.
Thoughts on how to, Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Simpson, of course, Commissioner Smith was involved in the discussion, so she has views on, based on where we got, but Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Simpson, thoughts on
Commissioner Smith here. We went back and forth, Martin, on this, you know, whether to use modern or multimodal, and I think we landed on modern to try and make the priority a more a statement that the more the public might understand, rather than multimodal, which can feel a little you know, techie sounding, but I don't have any concerns about adding it to the statement. I think it explains what's included in a modern transportation system and how we're looking at it. So I think it's fine to put it in there.
I would agree with Commissioner. I would agree with Commissioner Callery, because I would assume that the bulk of folks who have commentary around transportation systems and the stakeholders and those that are heavily engaged from a lobbying standpoint, especially given climate change, aren't going to really take into account, rail and trucking, essentially rail and highway systems as being modern. And so I think we definitely want to make sure that we're being equitable in terms of the use of the system to ensure that all voices are being heard. And I just think that one term, multimodal, definitely supports us being more thoughtful about all the different modes of that actually depend on the system.
So I agree with the comments. I'm comfortable adding it. So let's add it. Are there other comments on this one? Or are we comfortable with it, with that addition? And thank you for proposing it, Commissioner Callery. How are we feeling about with that addition, this being at least preliminarily acceptable? I think we'd probably approve it in July, but I am trying to be responsive to the director and assistant director's interest in moving forward with some level of guidance from us as soon as possible. So we could get these priorities. Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Smith here. I think I'm comfortable with it. I do want to make sure that we have an opportunity to have Commissioner Brown's input before we finalize anything.
I agree. So it's just kind of a preliminary. This is close. We may change it a little bit, but we're close. If not there, we're close. Based on what the four of us think, recognizing, certainly want to hear from Commissioner Brown. I agree on all of this, which is why I don't want to approve anything without her. But I would like to give the department some indication we're getting close. Comfortable with me saying that?
Callery. No, I think that's great. I think that one word addition to the very brief definition of the modern transportation system kind of broadens it to include everything that we're focused on. And there's some modes that don't get play, the marine mode, for example, and all that, but we don't have a huge integration there, but we are the final mile, first mile, last mile to that marine system in many cases. So I think multimodal just rounds out that statement.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's fine to have it, and we had it before, and it's fine to add it back in for all the reasons that have been discussed. So Michelle, could you take us to the middle of page 2 so we can look at the sufficient and reliable funding? There we go. That's good. So what we did here again was we took out OTC and ODOT because we just kept saying it, and we clearly, Commission and the department are working on this. It's ultimately approved by the Commission. Just we thought it was unnecessary language. Here again, we put modern, and we could change that back to modern multimodal to be consistent with what we just did. That's really the big substantive change. And I'm happy. And before it said modern multimodal, and we could say that again.
Well, I'm not sure. This is Commissioner Callery again. I'm not sure we need it there because we've already defined it in the first priority. Yeah. So if we just come back and say modern transportation system, we've predefined it in that first one. I don't know that we need to add to it.
Yeah, Yeah, and again, to echo Commissioner Smith, one of the things we want to make sure we're doing, because we're speaking to multiple audiences here, speaking to people that are deep down into transportation, we're also speaking to the public, many of whom are not as deep into it, to make these priority statements as jargonless as we can without losing important content. So I'm happy to go either way on that, but that would, I think, would be the primary question. Do we add multimodal in there or just leave it?
Well, I'm kind of in the middle right now because I haven't been able to provide full commentary on the entirety of the document.
Yeah.
Because I want to be able to talk about how we define priority. I want to talk about, how are we conveying ourselves to the public with this document? And is it in order of priority? If it is, we have more to talk about.
Yeah,
I would
not say it's in any particular priority. I think the priority, these, to me, you can move these around. They're all important. But I think a discussion on, maybe we should stop here and have a little discussion on priorities and goals and what the difference is. And I didn't invite Chris into that conversation so we get the department's view.
Yeah, I think maybe Chris and the ADs could help engage in this conversation to some extent. I think it's important that we do have that deliberation in a public setting.
So maybe, would you be okay with finishing these two priorities just to talk about them? Or do you want to stop
I
here?
agree with that. I agree with that, as long as everybody else does.
I think if we did that, we could always come back to it if we learned something in the priorities discussion, but I would like to just get an initial reaction to these changes. If we could just complete that. And if we need to come back around after the discussion about what priorities means, fine. So would there be any changes? I guess I'll just ask, would there be, at this point, based on what we've talked about so far, would there be any change to the second one?
This is Commissioner Callery again. I don't know that we need any additional language in the, if you call it sufficient and reliable funding. The very first goal there mentions multimodal funding. So I just don't, you've defined the modern transportation system in your first iteration of the priorities. Now you're reinforcing it with a goal under the funding priority.
Yeah, and that's kind of what the discussion was about. We added multimodal funding and put it up front.
Right.
So, Orlando, how are you feeling about this?
No, I'm pretty good with that section, to be honest.
Okay. Commissioner Smith?
Commissioner Smith, yes, I think I'm fine with it the way it is.
Okay. So let's go to the third priority, and then we'll have our discussion about priorities, which might feel a little backwards, but given that we can come back to these, it's not really. So can you take us down to the third one, the equity? Thank you, Michelle. So I think I would have, I'd like to have the director talk about this one a little bit, because this was something that involved the director and our new Assistant Director Perkins, and so I just want to make sure I'm capturing those views by letting Chris, you and Akasha talk us through this goal, this priority.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that. I'd probably ask Nikatris to make sure that she is there and off of mute so that she can weigh in. I'll provide a quick introduction. But the real foundation of this is one of the things that we're focusing on in the agency is bringing a higher level of priority and an intentionality to the discussion for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we're really, and the term that I've tried to use is we want to make it more than just the talking point of the thing that is important for us to think about, but to actually convert that into utilization and convert that into implementation. So when we look to, and I realize we're not on the goals yet, but when we look to goals and when we look to some of the things that we're trying to accomplish, we really want to make sure that we're addressing those systemic barriers that have historically existed, not just in what we have within our makeup as an agency, but in how we make decisions, how we support our contracting community. I mean, it's across the board, and how do we remove some of those barriers and utilize the voices that have historically either not been used or maybe not been used in a way that was satisfactory. And so I'll pause there and turn to Nikatris. Nikatris, I see your face there. Welcome. Thank you. Take it away.
So the changes that you see here were really based on making the definition of equity and how we're using it active. And so to make sure that it's something that we are talking about we're going to do. And as Director Strickler said, in terms of identifying and addressing systemic barriers, moving past some of the things that are sometimes characterized as transactional interactions with people and moving to the systems that allow space for those transactions to ensure that anyone who is interfacing with ODOT or OTC is benefiting from the services and the investment that we make as an agency.
Thank you both. So are there questions for Nikatris or Chris on this priority statement? I will say we'll correct the word diversity because it's misspelled. We do know how to spell it. We don't show it here.
Well, and we've got a few extra comments too.
Yeah, there are a few cleanups here, but rising above the grammatical. So how are people feeling about this statement?
Well, diversity is spelled correctly on the clean one.
Yeah, I know, it's odd. I don't know how it got misspelled on this one.
But a quick one was, I didn't understand the part where it says systemic barriers that prevent some Oregonians from preventing. It just didn't flow smooth to me. I was just trying to understand the thought process behind that one. And then the last one was the conversation around climate is going to obviously be with us going forward. Clearly, we have a climate office. So I'm just curious whether or not if there should be an additional bullet point. And I don't know if you guys had thought about this or discussed this, and I'm just trying to understand. Maybe it didn't fall into the category or whatnot, but I'm just curious about maybe another goal could be something pertained around environmental justice. Just as I alluded to earlier with Amanda, and I didn't mention it with the urban mobility team, but just around heat island effect and green canopy and things of that nature. We're just seeing drastic disparities as it relates to underserved communities that are having warmer temperatures in their communities and their climates. And so I'm just curious whether or not if that's something that we should be considering or talking about, or even like rail lines. You know, there's rail lines that go through underserved communities, things like that. Obviously, it's outside of our control, but I'm just curious if environmental justice was anything that we wanted to add into that, given the conversations around climate and how it kind of interconnects within equity.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I mean, I don't know whether it goes in the priority statement or as a a goal that we develop. I think either place would be fine. but maybe a goal would draw somewhat more attention to it.
This is Commissioner Calorie. I agree that it should be a goal. I don't have any particular language that off the top of my head, but I think it's an appropriate thing to put under the equity, as it ties together some of the other goals under the other priorities. One other thing that Alando brought up was the word "some Oregonians." I'd like to see that word stricken and put all Oregonians from benefiting from transportation, because while I understand there's a great focus on the inequities that have happened with the development of the freeway system through the Portland metro area, there are inequities in rural Oregon from a variety of things. So I think just substituting that word kind of broadens the whole meaning of everything.
Commissioner Smith here. I agree with both those points. I think putting environmental justice included in one of the goal statements makes a lot of sense. And I know today we're not focused on the goal statements as much as the broader priorities. And I do think that maybe a little wordsmithing on the priorities so that it reads, prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion by identifying and addressing systematic barriers so that all Oregonians benefit from transportation services and investments. Make it more of a positive statement. Maybe that gets at some of that awkwardness. I don't have any editorial, authorship into it, but that might be a way to address some of those concerns. And then my last thought is we probably need to include in the goals somewhere an acknowledgement of folks with disabilities being historically unrepresented. So perhaps we need to work that into the goals when we get to that at the next meeting.
Yeah, I agree with all that. And I took the note on the priorities piece, and I like that language, so that all Oregonians benefit from transportation services and investments. I think that's right. And the goal would allow us to think about transportation services and investments broadly rather than narrowly, by pointing out environmental justice, disability accommodations, et cetera, that we have looking at a system that needs to be thinking about those values.
I agree with that, Commissioner Calorie.
Sorry. Commissioner Smith, I just want to make sure that we hear from Nikotris if that word change sends a message that we shouldn't be sending, or does that still accomplish some of your intent when you helped us with this language?
So thank you, Commissioner Smith. I think that in a couple of questions ago, I think Commissioner Simpson asked why it said some. And so at one point there were identities listed out, and the goal was to be clear that some of the systemic barriers that are present do prevent some people. And to Commissioner Calorie's point, there are a lot of people that have those barriers, but there definitely are some people who are already benefiting. I do think it's fine if we change the language to say that we want to ensure that we're addressing the barriers to ensure that all are served. That does make sense. I also just want to say that we have systematic, and it should be systemic. So I know we're going above grammar, but it's like it's on both of them on accident. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's good, Nikotris, and thanks for that clarity and everybody else's commentary on that wordsmithing portion. My thing is going to be that even though that is a reality, as you're indicating that some are benefiting and some aren't, I think, I mean, and really I'm going to lean on you and Director Strickler to really figure out how we're going to be measuring going forward, how we can balance out that discrepancy of those who are benefiting and those who aren't. And maybe that can become another layer within the goals or some kind of other metric that we use to ensure that we actually are achieving our long-term goals and visions around equity for the transportation system.
Commissioner Simpson, you took the words right out of my mouth, which is the measurements are really going to help inform the way we can track and report our progress. And so we can envision an agency report card kind of going into the future to really show in a transparent way, here's what we've been able to accomplish, here's where we need some help, here's where we need some improvement, et cetera. So I think that's perfect. And I've been trying to kind of take some notes here as we go along, and the way that I've captured this, commissioners, has been prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion by identifying and addressing systemic barriers to ensure all Oregonians benefit from transportation services and investments. Did I capture that correctly?
Yeah, that's what I have too, Chris. Okay. I think that's right. I picked up Nekatra's point about to ensure. I thought that was a good phrase. I would say on the question of metrics that this is a key part, and this has been my experience with other strategic plans I've worked on, is that the implementation plan has really got to get down and make commitments about what we're going to do and when we're going to do it. And so if we're not having that level of detail and commitment, and people are trying to fudge the words and make it too loose, we're not getting there. The implementation plan is intended to, this doesn't mean we might not hit them on occasion, but we should really be establishing a set of objectives, to kind of your point, Vice Chair Simpson, that we're measuring and that we're making sure, and making sure that we are holding ourselves accountable by having enough specificity in that implementation plan that we can, we're actually able to have concrete tasks and implementing steps that we're taking that can be measured, or else we're not getting. But I view that being largely in the implementation plan, which will be the longest piece of this by far. It won't be 3 pages, it'll be dozens of pages potentially, or at least a dozen pages of specifics.
Right, and those would, this is Commissioner Callery, those would be the action items under the goals.
Yeah, that's right. This is purposely more visionary and strategic and generalized, but that's why you have to have the implementation plan, is to say, so how are we going to do this? And that falls, that's why I think the department has got to bring that to us. They can talk to us about it along the way as they're developing it, but I think they ultimately have to bring it to us because they have to test it in terms of achievability. Okay, so
Mr. Chair, to that point.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just simply going to add to that point, to the extent that there are parties with the commission, that would be the exact work task, which is coming out of this and really diving in deeper on what are those measurements, what are the things that we're really going to allocate resource to, those kinds of things, so that by the time we come back for a July discussion, there's kind of a full and open dialogue about how these fit within the priorities and how that work effort would go forward. And then I'd also pause here for just one moment. I want to make sure that I captured everything for Nekatris in my kind of recitation of that priority area. So Nekatris, did you have something else there that you would like to add, or did we capture it?
I don't think I have anything else to add to the language. I did hear the thought about environmental justice. I think the way it's been added in at this point is the way that equity very specifically is working with the Urban Mobility Office and the Climate Office is around creating people in terms of engagement. So that's where it was thought about, but I do think it is possible to bring it out and make it more clear in terms of what it looks like for equity to be used in an environmental fashion. environment to have an equity lens attached to it in the work that we do.
If I might, I'd like to suggest that, Chris, that you and McCutris and Commissioner Simpson work on those additional goals so that we can see them in, well, hopefully before July, so we can think about them before July.
Yep, happy to.
Okay, I think the next step here is to have a conversation now about priorities as a concept, drafting off of Commissioner Simpson's comments a few minutes ago. So, Chris, do you want to weigh in on that, just as an opening comment on how the agency sees these priorities?
Yeah, certainly. So the agency, in our discussion, so we've been doing a lot of work since I came on board, and each of the division administrators has been diving into this. And so as you look to that synergy that I mentioned before, we've got an organizational structure that largely kind of mirrors what you see as far as priorities as well. So again, all of these pieces connected. I would argue that the priorities as they're listed are not ranked in a priority order. In fact, I think we've intentionally left off the 1, 2, and 3 that you would normally see in that kind of environment to say this is our first priority, second, and third. I'll admit to being somewhat torn in how we display these, though, and how we talk about them and what the importance of each of them are, because as we start to think about, I actually see them all three on par with each other. I think when you look at the modern transportation system, for example, in order to modernize our transportation system, we have to be talking about what sustainable revenues can support that, and then also how we're providing access in areas where we historically haven't. And so that's where equity would fold into the modern transportation system. When we look at sustainable revenue and sustainable funding, clearly that has to have a lens of what it's contributing to for the modernization of the transportation system, and it has to also be recognized. It also has to recognize, that we have certain aspects or certain elements of our population within the state of Oregon where equity is a primary concern in how you would fund these types of investments. So again, the interlinked and the interconnectivity is actually really important. And then finally, as we look at equity, clearly it folds as an overlay into the other two priorities, whether it's in decisions we make, and it recognizes the differences in communities across the state and how that should be reflected in the decisions we make for our system, for the modern transportation system, or how we're actually able to access and provide the ability for people to access service for the sustainable revenue. So again, all of these tie together. I think if we were to have a conversation around prioritizing them, certainly there would be kind of a significant dialogue in my mind that we would have to have around equity taking the lead in some of that. But candidly, we have not seen any of these as a single priority over the other. The other, I would say, is the reason if we were to prioritize them in some intentional order as opposed to something that's different is the reason I bring equity to the top of that is because as we start to balance equity across the agency, the decisions we make and within the contracting community, I think we'll have a better understanding of those needs that manifest themselves in the transportation system and in sustainable revenue. So again, it feels like we've got a lot of work to do in that regard. That said, I'll close by the way I started. The agency has not seen this as any one being more of a priority than the other, but recognize that it really is going to take all three of them.
And in terms of selecting these, there's obviously a narrowing potentially that goes on when you start with a list of things you could have as priorities. Maybe, again, I'd just like to have the department's perspective on getting to three. I think part of it is that the way that department is organized and governed is one factor. but I would like to hear a little bit more about how you, my understanding is the department's leadership is fairly comfortable with having these three. And so is there any hesitation that we're being under-inclusive in some way in our priority setting?
Well, I think the way that I would probably respond to that, Mr. Chair, is by saying this. All too often when you're having a conversation around priorities and goals, if you don't see the thing that's really important to you with a comma after it and then the next series of things that come after that, you start to feel as though that maybe it's diminished. And what I would argue is that we have a core list of things that we have as an agency that we have to accomplish. But we also have a significant number of different plans and different efforts that really kind of almost move independent of each other. The goal here is to simplify and bring the priorities to a level of understanding that simplifies what we're doing, recognizes that these are areas for improvement, and then acknowledges that while we could always assign more goals and more priorities, and we could probably have a dozen priorities if this is what we were looking to do, we believe that simplifying these priorities around these three really does touch the majority, if not all, of what we're doing as an agency. But even more so, it touches the things that are important to the commission and to the agency going forward. And that's really the goal here, is how do we simplify the message and say, in some ways, and this is our elevator speech, right? So this is what the agency and the OTC are about. We are about modernizing the transportation system. We are about sustainable and reliable funding, and we are about equity. And everything we do fits into one of those lenses. Whether that's the climate initiatives that we're working on, those fall under especially the modern transportation system and the equity priorities, for example. All of the work efforts that you see really do fit into at least one, if not all three of the priority areas. And so that was really the focus. How do we simplify our message and have a strategic plan that aligns with the commission, aligns with an external audience, and also aligns with what we're working on internally, instead of separate plans that might contribute in some way, shape, or form to smaller pieces of it. I'd look to the assistant directors also who are on if I have either not adequately described that or if they have more to add.
Doesn't sound like it at this point, but maybe later. Vice Chair Simpson, are you getting from this conversation what you envision needing? I want to make sure we're
yeah, no, it's good, and
we're being responsive.
And I just wanted to make sure that at least, you know, I can't really talk personally. I'm going to talk personally to Chris in front of everybody. But the reality here is that, you know, when I went through the director hiring and search, and you know, all the other great candidates that applied for this job, you were very adamant and led with equity as a very assertive and aggressive strategy and goal that was near and dear to your heart of how you wanted to lead this agency. And that was what struck the nerve in me, really. It wasn't the other things. The other things are all technical. Technicalities, I mean, they come and go. People are trained in, but equity is more about the society, people, human beings. Like, if this were a for-profit business, I mean, the business's main concern would be its customers, its vendors, and its employees. ODOT's concern, or as a public agency, should be customers, vendors, employees, and the general public. And so when you add that into the equation, you have to embrace equity because it has to become a cultural norm. It has to become an ethos. And that was what inspired me about you in your efforts to become the director of ODOT. And so when I look at it, when I was looking at this document, and again, it doesn't identify any order, but again, it's optics. And being around the work a lot, at least even in the Portland metro region, which is a lot more diverse than other places around the state, not diverse compared to the rest of the country, but more diverse than the rest of the state, equity is always the third thing on everybody's list, or the last. And so it's like, oh yeah, equity, let's throw that in there. That sounds good. But the reality here is like, how are we separating ourselves to elevate ourselves from the rest so that we're not operating status quo for the future? And by leading with a cultural norm or standard that is going to essentially be the catalyst to how most things get done in the future, I think it's important that we start with that piece and then we weave that in through everything we do that would support the modernization of our transportation system. And that it becomes an equitable distribution and focus on all the different modes and options for the system. After we've done that, then we can go to the public and ask for resources, because clearly we have a 4% shortfall based on what we just learned earlier. And the future does not look promising as it relates to the financial strength of the organization. We are not in a position where we can go ask the public for anything, because the public has to work on rebuilding and restoring its trust in the agency, or most agencies, as I've talked about in the past. So if we're going to separate ourselves, to elevate ourselves, provide a justifiable and realistic return on investment of the public dollar, we need to be able to communicate with the broader public about why that return on investment is important to them, or why, furthermore, they should be investing more tax dollars into this particular agency. And so, and I'm speaking about it animatedly because I really do believe that that's something that we have to lead with. We can get into the specifics later, but the most important priority for this agency is financial. It has to survive. And in order to obtain the resources financial, we need public support. We need public engagement. We need, we need folks that believe in what it is we're doing and the direction we are trying to go in. And we cannot do that unless we install and engage the community in a way that is way different than we ever had before. And language is super important. And I think right now is the opportunity that we have for ourselves in the future to invest in language that is going to be a lot more opportunistic and a lot more forward thinking and a lot more sustainable, so that we can have sustainable revenue sources for the future.
Yeah, so Mr. Vice Chair, let me start by saying thank you, and I understand. And I would tell you that while we have not envisioned any one of these as kind of its own higher priority than the other, if we were focused on saying, how would you prioritize, right? I mean, if we were asked directly, what is the most important step to take first, and then second, and then third, I would argue that in any of these efforts, whether that's our agency or another agency, it's who are you trying to serve? So that becomes first, and that's where equity comes in first. Then what are you trying to serve them with, which is the modern transportation system? And then you ask them last, how are you going to pay for it? Because it's going to be somebody other than us, right? So it's a broader audience as you start to look at that. So if I was to put them in kind of a personal order priority, certainly that would be the lens that I would fold them through. I would also say, though, that the reason we have not tried to put them in priority as just as an agency is because we think that might be one, a consideration of the commission, first and foremost, to determine whether or not a priority makes sense within these three priority areas, or a priority ranking within these three. The other that I would say is looking on balance across the state. As you well know, Vice Chair, we're going to have pockets of those within the state that are going to look at the different priority areas, and they're going to focus on one or two of those on their own. And we didn't want to necessarily presuppose for them, but I will definitely tell you that from my own personal perspective, my brain always works in the who are you serving, what are you providing them, and then how are you going to get there with the funding.
So thank you both for that colloquy, and I think that's a good conversation. I mean, my own view is I really do see them as equal priorities. I think we're mentioning in these priority statements other important values like environmental values, for example, and economic values, and so I think I don't have a strong preference for in what order these appear, because I view them as co-equal branches of government. And I think you can go through that analysis in a lot of ways about what follows what. but I completely am sensitive to the comments about equity you both made, and if there is some reason to have that first on the existing, or maybe a way to present or display was the word you used, Chris, these together as 3 priorities in terms of the printed page. That's another way to go. I don't have a strong feeling as to how they're listed, and if others do and want equity first, we can put equity first. And I'm totally committed to equity as a value and a concept. So
I was just going to say I'm not saying specifically like it has to be first. I'm just saying it can't be last, because I think it sends a very negative message just to our broader stakeholders.
Yeah, so I'm fine having it first. Yes.
Commissioner Smith here. I agree that equity shouldn't be perceived as being last on the list. And I think I'm comfortable with the notion that these are not in any priority order. Having said that, I do think that optics matter, and we're still in the drafting phase, but perhaps one way to display when we're done is, rather than in a list order, we do them kind of in a landscape, side by side.
I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And then I think we put equity as the first one, we put modern transportation as the second one, and then we put how we're going to pay for it as the third one, but then make it really clear in a footnote or something that that there's no ranking priority, but that it's displayed as they're on the same level.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I'd be fine with that. I'd also be, if we're forced to list them, I'm fine having equity first, and I agree it shouldn't be last. And so I'd be fine with just taking, if there's a period in that, I like the idea of the landscape. But if we can't get there for some technical reason, then I would put equity on top of this list and just list them out that way. Equity, modern transportation, funding, that's fine. Can we spend a few minutes? We only have maybe 15, 20 minutes left. Moving from this discussion, it's been very valuable, to going through at least the first, getting some initial thoughts on some of these goals. Maybe just take them as a group. We can start at the top again, Michelle. And let's look at the goals for first.
Chair, I just wanted to flag for you, because Michelle had asked me earlier. Originally, I said I had a hard 12 stop. I was able to move some things around, but I definitely am going to need a hard 12:30 stop.
Okay.
I actually support all the goals, how they're mapped out. It was just really the comment around environmental justice, and that was it. And however we touch upon that term,
okay.
I'm just curious to see how that plays itself out. But for everything else, I'm pretty on board with.
Well, maybe that's Vice Chair, that's a great way to kind of get input at a high level. Maybe identify anything. Sounds like you've just done this, but maybe Commissioner Calery could hear from you on. I want to hear from Commissioner Brown too, obviously. Anything in these goals from just reading through them that you'd like to highlight as needing more work?
This is Commissioner Calery. I'm actually very comfortable with the goals. There may be some wordsmithing down the road, but in an initial review of them, I think we're covering everything that we need to. I don't want to see a lot of additional goals, because I think the action items will play into achieving these goals. I can go ahead and agree with the idea of putting equity first. I still think that first and foremost, we are a transportation agency, and maybe we define that and then put equity as the middle piece. I'm not married to either one of them, but as far as the overall goals, I'm fairly comfortable with all of them. And I would like to see the topic that Commissioner Simpson has brought up, environmental justice. I think that needs to be in there somewhere in the equity area.
So we've got a subcommittee that's going to go work on a goal or goals in the area of environmental justice, and Chris, I'd also add disability. So there's probably a couple of goals.
Yep, I've got that note.
So if you can convene with Vice Chair and whoever you need to on those within the department, that would be great. Commissioner Smith, on the goals, I know you've had a chance to work through them in a little bit more detail and were involved in forming some of the language, but other than the environmental justice and disability, do you have other, environmental justice and disability aside, do you have other comments?
Commissioner Smith here, no. With those additions, I'm comfortable with the caveat that we also need to hear from Commissioner Brown before we finalize anything.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to summarize here, and then I think we'll be ready to adjourn. With the changes we've discussed, multimodal on the first priority under modern transportation system, no change on the second goal as second priority, and the language we discussed about addressing systemic barriers to ensure that all Oregonians benefit from transportation services and investments. Would it be fair to characterize to the agency that subject to Commissioner Brown's comments, which we'll be soliciting, that we're generally feeling with those changes pretty comfortable with the goals, pardon me, the priorities, I keep saying that, the priorities, so that people in the agency can start working with them. I think that would help us down the line to be able to say that. Any objection?
No.
Okay, great. So Chris, you've heard it. You've heard it from us as a group, subject to Julie's weighing in, and take it as possible additional changes. But for now, I think you've got other priorities with these changes, these few changes we made, in pretty good shape, hopefully, to go forward as final or near final. And we'll look to have a final version in front of the Commission in July, along with the goals. And my goal would be to approve the priorities and goals formally in July, because I know how long it takes to write implementation plans. And we can't take a year to do the strategic planning process. We don't have a year. I'd like to be in September, October, approving the implementation plan and the priorities and the goals of the single strategic plan, so you can get on with it. And I want you to have as much of a head start as possible, so the approval, you're already kind of moving some foundational pieces even ahead of the approval, so we keep momentum on this stuff. Recognizing there are externalities, that political, health, and other that may influence all this, but I just want to keep it moving, and I don't want to have a year-long strategic planning process. I want to have a 4 or 5 month strategic planning process, which is still a long time.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, I totally understand. This is actually really helpful to give us some of that guidance as we go forward, so that we can come back in July with a fuller discussion for you, and also even example measures to show you just how we can show progress and accomplish what we're looking for in the goals. So we'll be prepared to come back and do a more detailed July discussion. So thank you.
Great. And on that point, Chris, just before we go, if if you could take a couple of the goals for July and actually show us as much of a full set of implementing actions, I think that would help us a lot to envision what this thing's going to look like when it's all in front of it. I would really like to see, take a couple, maybe one in each area even, and just run us through. So what we would envision seeing in the implementation plan would be something like this. I think having those kinds of examples will really help us have the conversation when we get the implementing plan. If we have a little preview of what that might look like.
Yep, totally agree, and that's been my thought process as well, so thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the commission? Any other business before us, Chris, that we need to take care of?
I had one comment, Chair.
Chair Simpson.
I just wanted to thank you and Chair Van Brocklin and Commissioner Smith for the work that you guys put on this, working alongside Chris and the ADs. I know wordsmithing is a very complex process, especially as it relates to planning and especially with so many opinions involved. I'm sure it could even be more nerve-wracking, but I definitely think we're rowing in the same direction. And I'm just excited to see what we come up with so we can present this to the public.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the draft that we looked at last week was the 4th or 5th one I'd seen. So I feel like I've been doing this for quite some time. But I appreciate your point. I think it's improved every round. I thought the group that met last week improved it again. And the discussion today improved it further. So this is why you do this many, many times, is to get something that's strong, and it's a collective effort. So I want to thank Commissioner Smith for kind of leaning in on this effort last week on short notice, and I thought she brought some very good ideas to the table, a number of which are in here, most of which are in here. So overall, I'm feeling really good about where we are. I'm just feeling urgency, and I don't want us to be, I want us to keep moving, even though it's a difficult environment to move in. I want to keep moving forward. So thank you all for your patience as we've been bringing you stuff a little bit at the last minute and spending time looking at it. And I want to thank the public for continuing to comment. We can't tell you every detail of the implementation plan because we haven't seen it, because it hasn't been developed. But I think I hope people are getting an idea that we're trying to get to a plan that's got detail in it, and that people can actually feel good about. We have measurable actions that we're going to be pushing forward on. Orlando, you're going to make your 12:30. Without objection, we're adjourned. Good to see you all. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye. Next time, Julie.